It is the ghost that has haunted the hit would never happen. For years, the concept of Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano was nothing more than a fantasy, a what-if scenario debated in forums and barbershops, usually ending with the realization that time had simply marched on. But the landscape of combat sports has shifted beneath our feet once again, in a move that feels like a collision between the golden era of women's MMA and the modern streaming wars. The impossible has been confirmed. Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, the Intuit Dome, and they aren't doing it in the UFC. They are joining forces with Jake Paul's most valuable promotions to headline the first ever live MMA event on Netflix. This is not just a fight announcement, it is a resurrection. We are looking at two of the most significant pillars in the history of combat sports returning from the wilderness. Ronda Rousey, the woman who forced the world to pay attention to female fighters, hasn't stepped foot in a cage since that cold December night in 2016 when Amanda Nunes shattered her reality in 48 seconds. Gina Carano, the original face of the sport, has been gone even longer, a ghost of the cage since 2009. Why now? Why them? And perhaps the most uncomfortable question of all, can they still fight? To understand the magnitude of this, we have to strip away the years of WWE stints, Hollywood movies, and internet noise. We have to go back to the blood and the bone. We have to look at how these two women didn't just exist in the sport. They created the very floor that today's fighters walk on. Let's start with the rowdy one. To a modern fan who maybe only saw her professional wrestling run or the memes following the Holly Holm loss, it is easy to forget that Ronda Rousey was not just a champion, she was a phenomenon. She was the Mike Tyson of the female division. There was a time when the question wasn't if Ronda would win, but if the fight would last longer than a GIF. She brought a level of judo excellence that the sport had never seen, and, frankly, hasn't seen since. Her armbar was inevitable. It didn't matter if you knew it was coming. She would find it. She would launch women through the air with hip tosses that looked like choreographed violence, but were painfully real. But the end of Ronda's career was a tragedy in two acts. First, the head kick from Holly Holm in Melbourne that was heard around the world. It wasn't just a knockout, it was the destruction of an aura of invincibility. Then came the silence. A year of hiding, of recovery, of media blackouts, and then the return against Amanda Nunes. We all remember the hope. We all remember the intense stare down. And we all remember the rigidness, the lack of head movement, the way she looked frozen. 48 seconds. That was it. She walked out of the T-Mobile Arena and effectively vanished from the sport she popularized. For 10 years, the narrative on Ronda Rousey has been written by her critics. They say she couldn't take a loss. They say she was a sore loser. This fight offers her something that WrestleMania never could, a chance to rewrite the final chapter. This isn't scripted. There are no writers in the back determining the finish. Ronda is stepping back into the fire. We know she has stayed athletic. Her time in sports entertainment proved she can still take a bump and move her body. But MMA cardio is different. MMA pressure is different, and getting punched in the face for real is a sensation you cannot replicate in a performance center. On the other side of the cage, we have the original, Gina Carano, conviction. If Ronda was the Tyson, Gina was the De La Hoya, the golden girl who brought legitimacy and eyes to a sport that was still being fought in smoky arenas and struggling for mainstream acceptance. Gina was the star of Elite XC and Strikeforce. She was a Muay Thai specialist in a world of brawlers. She had grace, she had power, and she had a presence that captivated millions. But Gina's exit was even more abrupt than Ronda's. August 2009, Chris Cyborg. It was the first time two women headlined a major card. Gina was the favorite in the eyes of the public, but Cyborg was a machine of a different caliber. The stoppage was brutal. Gina left the cage that night and never returned. She pivoted to Hollywood, starring in Haywire, Fast and Furious, and eventually landing a massive role in The Mandalorian. For a while, it seemed she had won the game of life, using fighting as a stepping stone to global stardom. But we know how that story went. Controversy, social media posts, a high-profile firing, and a lawsuit against Disney. Gina Carano has felt the weight of public scrutiny just as Ronda has, albeit in a very different arena. In a way, both of these women are outcasts returning to the sanctuary of violence. They are two queens in exile, meeting on neutral ground to settle a score that should have been settled a decade ago. The connection to Jake Paul and Netflix is the variable that changes everything. 10 years ago, this fight would have been on UFC 180 or in the same way. Enter Jake Paul. Love him or hate him, the man understands the spectacle. He understands that combat sports in this era is about narrative tension and capturing the casual viewer. By partnering with Netflix, this fight bypasses the traditional pay-per-view model entirely. This isn't about selling 500,000 buys at $80. This is about putting two of the most famous women on the planet in front of 200 million subscribers. It is a play for attention, for cultural dominance, and for legacy. Now, let's get technical, because once the cage door locks, the subscriber count doesn't matter. The movie deals don't matter. The legacy doesn't matter. It comes down to skills, conditioning, and chin. This fight is contested at 145 pounds, featherweight. This is a crucial detail. Ronda Rousey spent her championship reign at 135 pounds. She was a big bantamweight, but she always made the weight. Gina Carano, historically, struggled with the scale. She fought at 140, 145, and even missed weight in her career. For Gina, 145 is comfortable. It's her natural home. For Ronda, this means she doesn't have to deplete herself, but it also means she is fighting a bigger woman. In the clinch, where Ronda does her best work, size matters. Gina Carano is a dense, powerful striker. She is not easy to bully. The stylistic matchup is the classic grappler versus striker, but with a layer of rust that is inches thick. Ronda's path to victory has always been clear. Close the distance, initiate the clinch, hit the throw, secure the arm. It is a sequence she has drilled since she was a child. Judo is muscle memory. Even after 10 years, if Ronda grabs a collar tie, her body knows what to do. The hips will engage, the leverage will appear, and gravity will take over. If this fight hits the mat, Gina is in a world of trouble. Gina was never known for her elite jiu-jitsu. She was a survivor on the ground, but she wasn't a wizard. Against an Olympian, survival is rarely enough. However, Ronda has to get there, and this is where the ghosts of Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes appear. Ronda's striking defense was porous at her peak. She relied on aggression to mask her defensive flaws. She walked forward with her head on the center line, eating shots to give one back or to grab a hold. At her current age, reflexes do not improve. The chin does not get stronger. Gina Carano, despite the long layoff, was a technically sound striker. She had a stiff jab, a powerful right hand, and legitimate Muay Thai knees. If Gina has kept any semblance of her timing, she can hurt Ronda. We have to talk about the flinch. In Ronda's last two fights, she looked terrified of getting hit. The confidence was gone. When Amanda Nunes popped her with that first jab, Ronda's entire demeanor crumbled. She panicked. Has she fixed that? Can you fix that after 10 years away? Or will the first clean punch from Gina trigger that same trauma response? On the flip side, Gina hasn't taken a punch in anger since 2009. That is 17 years. Let that sink in. 17 years. There are fighters on the active roster today who were in diapers when Gina Carano last fought. Ring rust is real. The timing, the distance management, the adrenaline dump. These are things you cannot simulate in a gym. Gina might look fantastic hitting pads, she might look strong lifting weights, but when a human being is trying to break your arm, the cardiovascular system reacts differently. Will or gas tank hold up for 5 rounds? The fight is scheduled for 5 rounds, 5 minutes each. That is 25 minutes of combat. If both women gas out after the first round, this super fight could turn into a sloppy, desperate brawl very quickly. But there is a factor here that goes beyond the physical. It is the mental fortitude. Ronda Rousey is an intense competitor. Her drive for perfection borders on obsession. We've seen her break mentally when things don't go her way, but we've also seen her grind through adversity in her judo career. Gina Carano has always been the more stoic figure. She fights with a certain calmness, but does she have the killer instinct left? She has lived a comfortable life. She hasn't needed to fight for survival. Ronda, in her mind, always fights for survival. She fights as if her worth as a human being is on the line. That kind of pressure can break you, or it can make you dangerous. Let's look at the venue and the atmosphere. The Intuit Dome. This is a massive stage. For Netflix, this is a test run for the future of sports broadcasting. They need this to deliver. They don't just need a fight, they need a moment. The production value will be unlike anything we see in the UFC. Expect cinematic lighting, different camera angles, perhaps access to the corners that we've never had before. Jake Paul's influence suggests we might see a spectacle-heavy undercard, maybe influencers, maybe crossover athletes, all designed to build the hype for the main event. But when the bell rings, the spectacle fades. It will be just Ronda and Gina, two pioneers, two survivors. There is a fascinating historical footnote here. Back in 2014, Dana White famously claimed he was incredibly close to signing Gina Carano to fight Ronda. The rumor was that it would happen at UFC 181. Negotiations stalled. Gina wanted more time. The UFC wanted it now. The moment passed. For years, fans debated who would have won Prime versus Prime. Ronda was the submission specialist. Gina was the striker. Most analysts favored Ronda back then because her judo was solving every puzzle put in front of her. But now, the variables are wild. Ronda's knees have always been an issue. She has had multiple surgeries. Or will she revert to the same flailing hooks that got her in trouble against Holm? If she comes out trying to box Gina Carano to prove a point, she will lose. She has to be Ronda the judoka, not Ronda the boxer. Gina has the advantage of mystery. We haven't seen her train in a decade. We don't know who her coaches are yet. Is she at Extreme Couture? Is she back at Jackson Wink? Is she training in a private facility? If she's been smart, she has been working on her takedown defense exclusively. Sprawl and brawl. That is the game plan. Keep Ronda at the end of the jab, circle away from the clinch, and punish her for coming in straight. If Gina can keep this fight standing for the first 5 minutes, the momentum shifts heavily in her favor. Ronda is a sprinter. She finishes fights early. If she can't get the finish in round 1, and she's breathing heavy, and Gina is still popping that jab, the doubt will creep in. The reception from the MMA community has been mixed. As expected, the purists are calling it a freak show. They say these women are past their prime, that this holds up the division, that it's a cash grab. And they aren't entirely wrong. This isn't about rankings. This isn't about the future of the featherweight division. This is a legacy fight. It's in the same vein as Tyson versus Jones Jr. But to dismiss it as just a freak show is to ignore the history. These two women matter. Seeing them compete, even at diminished capacities, is a closure that the sport deserves. And let's be honest about the Jake Paul effect. By placing this on Netflix, the barrier to entry is zero for millions of people. You don't have to seek out a pirated stream or pay $80. You just open the app. The viewership numbers for this could dwarf any UFC event in history purely based on accessibility. If 50 million people tune in to watch Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, it proves that star power is still the most valuable currency in the fight game. It sends a message to the UFC that the old guard still has value and that the streaming model is the inevitable future. So, what happens when they finally meet? Scenario A is the armbar. Ronda comes out like a bull. She eats a punch to get the clinch. She tosses Gina, scramble, armbar, tap. The whole thing takes 90 seconds. Ronda cries. The crowd goes wild. It's 2013 all over again. Scenario B is the upset. Ronda rushes in. Gina pivots. A clean right hand lands. Ronda freezes. Gina swarms. TKO. The redemption arc for Gina is complete. She defeats the woman who took her spot as the face of the sport. Scenario C is the war. They are both slower, yes, but they are tough. The fight goes into the third, fourth rounds. It becomes a battle of will. Ronda is trying to drag it down. Gina is trying to keep it up. Both are exhausted. It becomes ugly, gritty, and emotional, and it goes to the judges. Regardless of the outcome, the image of Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano facing off in the center of the cage is powerful. It represents a bridge between generations. It reminds us of the time when women fighting in a cage was considered unwatchable by the establishment, until these two forced the world to watch. We must also consider the psychological aspect of the comeback. For Ronda, this is about erasing the humiliation of her exit. She wants her hand raised one last time. She wants to leave on her own terms, not as the victim of a highlight reel knockout. For Gina, this is about reclaiming her identity as a fighter. Hollywood is fickle. The cage is honest. In the cage, there is no CGI. There are no PR statements. There is only the truth. There is also a financial reality here that cannot be ignored. The purses for this fight are likely astronomical. Netflix has deep pockets. This is likely the biggest payday of both women's careers. And that motivation, financial security for generations, can push a fighter through a grueling training camp. But money doesn't help you when the cage door shuts. Money doesn't stop a liver kick. The build-up to this fight is going to be fascinating. Will we see the brash, arrogant Ronda of old, or a humbled, mature martial artist? Will Gina engage in trash talk, or will she remain the girl next door assassin? The dynamic between them has always been respectful. Ronda has cited Gina as her inspiration. Gina has acknowledged Ronda's dominance. But respect often goes out the window when you sign the contract. The media tours, the Netflix, documentaries, leading up to the fight, we are going to see every angle of their lives. We will see the farm life of Ronda, the Hollywood struggles of Gina. It will be a narrative masterpiece. But as fight fans, we must temper our expectations. We are not watching the 2015 Ronda or the 2008 Gina. We are watching two legends in their twilight. The technique might be a step slower, the explosions might be less dynamic, but the stakes are higher than ever, because when you come back after this long, you are risking your legacy. If Ronda comes back and looks terrible, the critics win forever. If Gina comes back and gets steamrolled, her pioneering status takes a hit. They are gambling with their history. And what of the undercard? Jake Paul has promised the biggest women's combat sports card in history. Rumors are swirling about other legends returning, or perhaps top-tier boxers crossing over. The possibilities with Netflix money are endless. This isn't just a main event. It is a festival of violence. Let's focus back on the shocking nature of this. Why is it shocking? Because we thought they were done. We accepted they were done. We moved on. The shock comes from the realization that the fighter's fire never truly goes out. It just smolders. It waits for the right wind to fan it back into a flame. Jake Paul provided that wind. Netflix provided the fuel. The 145-pound weight class is also a sanctuary for this fight. The UFC's women's featherweight division is essentially dead. Bellator's is on life support. By holding this at 145, they avoid the title picture politics. This is an exhibition of greatness, not a climb up the rankings. It stands alone, a monolith event. If you are a betting person, where do you put your money? The smart money usually favors the younger fighter and the one who has fought more recently. On paper, Ronda should win. She has competed at a higher level more recently. She has been an active athlete in WWE, but the mental game is the great equalizer. Gina has nothing to lose. She is the underdog. She is expected to lose. Ronda has everything to lose. The pressure on her is crushing, and we know that pressure cracks Ronda Rousey. Imagine the walkouts. The music hits. Bad Reputation by Joan Jett blasts through the speakers. Ronda stomps to the cage, that iconic scowl on her face. The crowd erupts. Then Gina's music hits. The pioneer returns. The atmosphere will be electric. It will be a moment where time stands still. And then the referee asks, "Are you ready?" Let's dig deeper into the judo versus Muay Thai dynamic. Ronda's Harai Goshi is legendary, but it requires an underhook or a whizzer. Gina's Muay Thai clinch is designed to prevent exactly that. The Thai plum, the double collar tie, controls the posture. If Gina can control Ronda's head, she kills the hips. If Ronda can't engage her hips, she can't throw. This is the battle within the battle. Watch for the hand fighting. Watch for who controls the center. Ronda's stance is often very square. This makes her vulnerable to leg kicks. Gina has powerful kicks. If she starts chopping at Ronda's lead leg, she can take away the explosiveness needed for the takedowns. A mesmerizing kicker against a grappler who stands heavy on the front leg. It's a recipe for a leg kick clinic, but every time Gina kicks, she risks being caught. It's a game of Russian roulette. Kick the leg, risk the takedown. Don't kick, risk getting rushed. And what about the ground and pound? Ronda was never a vicious ground and pounder. She hunted the submission. But Gina? If Gina gets on top, she strikes. She is mean from the top position. If by some miracle, Gina reverses a takedown and ends up in Ronda's guard, the dynamic shifts wildly. Ronda's bottom game relies on arm bars and triangles. Gina needs to posture up and rain down shots. We must also touch on the Netflix curse, or Netflix bump. Live events on Netflix have had technical issues in the past. Imagine the stream buffering right as Ronda goes for the armbar. The internet would melt down. But assuming the tech holds, the reach is unprecedented. This could inspire a whole new generation of girls to pick up gloves, just like they did in 2013. In the end, this fight is a celebration. It's a celebration of how far women's MMA has come. From the kitchen comments to headlining the biggest streaming platform on earth, Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano took the arrows so the women of today could walk the path. They bled so others could get paid. So, on fight night, put aside the cynicism. Put aside the analysis of ring rust and age. Just enjoy the moment, because we will likely never see anything like this again. Two icons, one cage. The final chapter. This is the reality of the fight game. It pulls you back in. Just when you think you're out, it pulls you back in. And for Ronda and Gina, the pull was too strong to resist. The octagon is a canvas, and they have one last masterpiece to paint. It might be messy, it might be bloody, it might be short, but it will be theirs. Prepare yourselves. The queens are back, and the kingdom is watching.
Gina Carano was a pretty famous mixed martial artist. Then she became an actress and became even more successful. She appeared in films like Deadpool and Fast and Furious. For a while, she was on the Disney show The Mandalorian. But then her career hit a brick wall. Why? Well, she was fired because she had heterodox opinions on face masks and the 2020 election.
The date is set for May 16th, 2026. The cage door is about to lock on a spectacle that entirely defies the laws of athletic time and logic. Ronda Rousey, the Olympic force of nature, who violently dragged women's fighting into the global mainstream. On the other side stands Gina Carano, the original pioneer who built the foundation of the sport with her bare hands before vanishing into Hollywood. For years, their names have been permanently linked in a phantom rivalry, separated by time, contracts, and circumstance. Now, to understand the sheer magnitude of the danger waiting inside that cage, you first have to completely understand the terrifying mythos of Ronda Rousey. For years, she did not just defeat the women placed in front of her. She broke them, both physically and psychologically, often before the referee even signaled the start of the fight. Opponents would walk down the aisle, already drowning in a suffocating wave of inevitability, fully aware that they were stepping into a wood chipper draped in a judo gi. Her game was built on a foundation of pure, relentless forward pressure, designed to close the distance and initiate the clinch at all costs. Once she secured her grips, the laws of gravity seemed to warp around her, resulting in spectacular, bone-rattling throws that immediately transitioned into fight-ending armbars. She possessed an aura of absolute invincibility, a terrifying mystique that convinced the world she was entirely immune to the standard mechanics of striking and grappling. Analysts declared her a once-in-a-lifetime anomaly, a fighter whose mastery of a single martial art was so profound that it rendered all other disciplines obsolete. But history has a cruel way of dealing with perceived immortality, and the foundation of Rousey's empire held a fatal, structural flaw, just waiting for the right architect to expose it. The cracks were there, completely ignored by the masses, until one night in Australia changed combat sports forever. That illusion of invincibility did not just fade, it violently shattered in front of a record-breaking stadium crowd in Melbourne. Holly Holm did not step into the octagon terrified of the legendary judoka, nor did she buy into the narrative that grappling was the only way to survive. She stepped in carrying a cold, meticulously crafted blueprint designed to dismantle the myth entirely. Holm understood that you cannot out-grapple a grappler of that magnitude, nor can you allow the blinding pressure of an undefeated champion to dictate the geography of the fight. Instead, she utilized elite, disciplined lateral footwork, refusing to engage in the straight-line brawls that Rousey had historically relied upon to secure her clinches. Every time Rousey lunged forward with her chin high and hands down, aggressively hunting for a grip on Holm's neck or overhook, Holm simply pivoted away into open space. And as she pivoted, she fired crisp, devastating straight left hands directly down the pipe, exploiting Rousey's shocking lack of head movement and defensive striking fundamentals. The world watched in stunned silence as the unstoppable force swung wildly at empty air, eating heavy, punishing leather in return, completely unable to solve the riddle of basic distance management. It was a masterclass in tactical execution, ending in a spectacular head kick that permanently altered the landscape of combat sports and left a glaring glaring vulnerability exposed for everyone to see. But the question remained, was it just a bad night, or had the entire sport just been handed the keys to the castle? Amanda Nunes would step into the cage a year later and violently confirm that the flaw was permanent. When Rousey returned to the octagon, desperate to reclaim her throne and silence the growing chorus of doubters, she was met with a terrifying reality check that lasted exactly 48 seconds. Nunes did not even bother with the intricate dancing footwork that Holm had utilized. She simply planted her feet in the center of the octagon and threw massive, heavy-handed combinations straight through Rousey's porous guard. It became brutally, uncomfortably apparent that when Rousey is forced to endure a striking exchange, and when she takes clean, concussive shots to the jaw, her entire offensive and defensive nervous system shuts down. The secret to neutralizing the baddest woman on the planet was no longer whispered in elite training rooms. It was broadcast in high definition for the entire world to memorize. Avoid the judo clinch at absolutely all costs. Keep your back strictly off the chain link fence and strike with heavy, punishing accuracy down the center line. Which brings us directly to the doorstep of the woman stepping into the cage on May 16th. A woman who possesses the exact pedigree required to make that nightmare a reality once again. A fighter whose entire foundation is built on the exact weapons Rousey fears most. Long before the movie premieres, the red carpets, and the transition into a pop culture icon, Gina Carano was one of the most feared and devastating Muay Thai practitioners on the planet. She built an incredibly violent kickboxing record not by point fighting from the outside, but by walking through her opponents with punishing clinch work, heavy boxing combinations, and brutal leg kicks. Carano was never just a charismatic face to sell tickets. She was a highly technical, profoundly dangerous striker who possessed a rare, natural hired to exploit the Holm Nunes blueprint. She has the heavy hands necessary to make Rousey pay for lunging entries, and she understands the mechanics of angles and striking combinations. On paper, if this fight remains entirely vertical, Carano has the exact skill set to completely dismantle the former Olympian and shock the modern MMA world. But having the right weapons locked in an armory and possessing the ability to actually pull the trigger under the lights are two entirely different universes. And there is one massive, undeniable factor that could burn Carano's blueprint to the ground before the first bell even rings. 17 years is not just a long time between professional fights, it is an absolute eternity that completely reshapes the human body. When Gina Carano last walked out of a cage, the sport of mixed martial arts barely resembled the highly evolved, hyper-specialized machine it is today. To put that into perspective, an entire generation of champions has been crowned, defended their titles, and retired into the Hall of Fame while Carano was busy learning lines and hitting marks on Hollywood sound stages. Ring rust is often debated among fans as a psychological hurdle, but scientists and trainers know it is a biological reality that cannot be ignored. The central nervous system loses its violent edge. The microsecond reaction times required to slip a jab begin to decay, and the ability to process chaos under extreme cardiovascular distress completely resets. For Carano to step back into the fire against a fighter who fundamentally requires her to be flawless, she has to overcome an opponent far more terrifying than Ronda Rousey. She has to figure out a way to defeat the undefeated, uncompromising reality of Father Time. And it is not just about the cardiovascular demands of lasting 25 minutes, it is about the specific muscle memory required to survive this exact stylistic nightmare. Carano has always been a fighter who naturally bites down on her mouthpiece and moves forward, thriving in the absolute chaos of a pocket exchange. She built her reputation on aggressive, punishing Muay Thai combinations, walking through fire to deliver her own devastating blows. But that exact instinct, that deep-seated desire to brawl, is the very thing that will instantly lose her this fight. If Carano allows her natural aggression to take over, if she willingly steps into the pocket and closes the distance to zero, she is walking directly into the teeth of the judo trap. She has to spend spend every waking hour of this training camp violently suppressing her own nature, forcing herself to become an elusive, dancing matador instead of the charging bull she was born to be. The mental exhaustion of fighting your own instincts is often heavier than any physical fatigue, leaving everyone to wonder if she can actually hold back the tide when the lights go blind. Rousey, on the other hand, is carrying a completely different kind of psychological burden into this arena. She is not fighting to prove she still has the physical tools. She is stepping back into the spotlight to save the soul of her athletic legacy. After the back-to-back devastating knockout losses that unceremoniously ended her legendary title reign, the narrative surrounding her entire career was violently and unfairly rewritten by critics. The masses suddenly labeled her a one-dimensional, unprecedented 6 title defenses and mocking her inability to evolve as a striker. This matchup represents a golden, perhaps final, opportunity to silence the deafening echoes of those final defeats. By dragging the original pioneer of women's MMA into deep waters, Rousey intends to prove that her judo remains an unsolvable, terrifying puzzle when she isn't facing a strictly defensive counter-striker. The pressure resting on her shoulders is absolutely suffocating, turning this from a simple exhibition into a deeply personal, high-stakes crusade for vindication. But there is a hidden danger in fighting angry, a trap that Rousey has fallen into before, and one that Carano is secretly banking on. If Rousey enters the cage desperate to prove a point to the critics, she might make the catastrophic mistake of trying to beat Carano at her own game. We have seen what happens when Rousey's pride convinces her to stand and trade punches with elite strikers, completely abandoning the grappling foundation that made her a global superstar. The minute she stops relentlessly hunting for the clinch and instead tries to outbox a decorated kickboxing practitioner, she willingly steps into the exact same crosshairs that Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes utilized to take her crown. Carano possesses the heavy hands and the technical striking pedigree to make Rousey pay dearly for any defensive lapse on the feet. The tactical battle here is as much mental as it is physical. It is a question of which woman will break their discipline first. The fighter who allows their ego to dictate the geography of the fight will be the one waking up staring at the arena lights. And that brings us to the most volatile, unpredictable physical variable in this entire equation. The cage itself is not just a boundary, it is an active participant in this collision of styles. The absolute danger zone in this matchup is exactly 18 inches wide, an invisible perimeter of space lining the dark chain-link fence. If Carano's footwork falters, or if she allows her back to touch that cold steel, the striking blueprint completely disintegrates in the blink of an eye. We have seen time and time again that once Rousey establishes her grips against the fence, whether it is a standard collar tie, a deep overhook, or a crushing body lock, the opponent's center of gravity is violently hijacked. 17-year layoff proved to be an insurmountable biological wall for the Muay Thai pioneer, or will she summon the ghosts of her past to execute the perfect elusive game plan? Will the Olympic judoka finally correct the glaring flaws in her armor, or will she march blindly forward into the exact same traps that shattered her aura of invincibility a decade ago? When the referee steps back and the cage door finally locks, all the theories, the training footage, and the endless debates will instantly evaporate into the chaotic roar of the crowd. Only one of these legends will walk out of that cage immortalized, proving their specific discipline and era is superior. The other will be left alone to process a defeat that was broadcast to the entire world, forced to live with the brutal, uncompromising truth of the tape. But there is a final twist to this story that nobody is talking about, a strategic wildcard that could flip the entire narrative upside down. The strategic wildcard that threatens to flip this entire matchup upside down has absolutely nothing to do with martial arts backgrounds or 17-year layoffs. It has everything to do with the specific mathematical parameters of the contract they signed. This historic collision is not a 3-round exhibition, and it is not taking place in a standard boxing ring tailored to protect aging legends. When Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano step onto the canvas inside the Intuit Dome on May 16th, they are scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds under the unified rules of mixed martial arts. 25 minutes of locked cage combat is an eternity for active, Prime, aged champions, let alone two pioneers who have not felt the suffocating exhaustion of championship rounds in over a decade. The cardiovascular demands of a 5-round fight completely alter the risk-reward ratio of every single punch thrown, every takedown attempted, and every frantic scramble on the mat. If Rousey aggressively burns her energy reserves hunting for an armbar in the first 3 minutes and fails to secure the tap, she is suddenly staring down the barrel of 22 remaining minutes against a heavy-handed Muay Thai striker. But the complications of this contract go far deeper than just the ticking clock. The battleground itself is shifting, moving away from the familiar UFC octagon and into a newly constructed hexagon cage specifically for this massive Netflix broadcast. The geometry of a hexagon features wider angles and longer, uninterrupted stretches of fence line, subtly changing the mechanics of how a fighter cuts off the ring. For a pressure-based judoka like Rousey, corralling a striker against the fence becomes mathematically harder when there are fewer corners to trap them in. This subtle architectural detail heavily favors the advantages of the contract are not entirely one-sided because the agreed-upon weight class introduces a fascinating physical dynamic that nobody has properly analyzed. They are fighting at 145 pounds, a featherweight limit that sits a full 10 pounds heavier than the bantamweight division Rousey ruthlessly ruled over during her historic UFC reign. For Carano, 145 pounds is her natural, historic home, the exact weight class where she delivered her most devastating knockouts and built her terrifying kickboxing aura. She will step into the cage fully hydrated, carrying maximum knockout power without the severely draining effects of a brutal weight cut. For Rousey, moving up to featherweight is a massive roll of the dice that carries severe, unpredictable consequences. On one hand, avoiding a severe weight cut at 39 years old will undoubtedly protect her chin and preserve her rapidly depleting gas tank. But on the other hand, she is surrendering the sheer physical strength advantage that made her judo throws so effortlessly violent at bantamweight. Will Rousey be able to easily toss a fully powered, natural featherweight who hasn't been drained by the scale? If Carano possesses the raw, physical strength to dig underhooks and simply muscle her way out of the clinch, the foundational pillar of Rousey's entire fighting identity completely collapses. It transforms the matchup from a technical chess match into a terrifying contest of brute force. Of the audience creates a suffocating, paralyzing pressure cooker that neither woman has ever experienced, even at the absolute height of their respective eras. For Carano, a loss on this stage permanently rewrites her legacy, transforming her from a revered, mythical pioneer into a cautionary tale of a Hollywood star who mistakenly believed she could turn back the clock. For Rousey, the stakes are arguably even higher, bordering on existential. If she suffers another violent knockout loss in front of the largest audience in the history of combat sports, the devastating narrative of her being a one-dimensional fighter becomes eternally cemented in the public consciousness. Every single sequence in this fight carries legacy-defining weight, creating an environment where the fear of losing could entirely paralyze their ability to execute a game plan. It is entirely possible that the fight we get is not the beautiful, technical showcase that the blueprint demands. When the cage door locks and the adrenaline floods the nervous system, all the meticulously crafted training camp strategies often evaporate into pure, unadulterated survival instinct. We could easily see Carano completely abandon the Holly Holm footwork, bite down on her mouthpiece, and charge forward into a chaotic, violent brawl just to silence the demons of a 17-year absence. We could see Rousey completely abandon her judo out of sheer ego, desperate to prove to the entire world that she can stand and trade heavy punches with a legitimate kickboxer. The unpredictability is exactly what makes this matchup the most fascinating spectacle of the decade. It is a fight built entirely on haunting questions, physical vulnerabilities, and the terrifying reality of aging in a sport that refuses to forgive weakness. When the dust finally settles inside the Intuit Dome and the referee waves off the contest, the mixed martial arts landscape will be permanently altered. The arguments, the what-ifs, and the decade-long phantom rivalry will be violently resolved in front of the entire world. The tape does not lie, the blueprint cannot be ignored, and the cage will eventually extract the absolute truth from both of these legendary pioneers. We are about to witness the ultimate collision of eras, a violently beautiful experiment to see if a perfect striking strategy can finally overcome the terrifying inevitability of the clinch.
I mean, I really hope that the UFC sees that the writing is on the wall, and they're going to lose the market share of the sport if they don't start prioritizing the fighters and not just trying to you know, get away with putting up fights that are basically as cheap as possible.
The atmospheric pressure surrounding the Intuit Dome Plaza in Inglewood, California, was meticulously engineered by streaming executives to project the absolute pinnacle of corporate synergy and sanitized sports entertainment when the global combat sports media assembled on Tuesday afternoon to capture the first official public appearance of Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano ahead of their unprecedented May 16th Netflix collision. The expectations were entirely grounded in the predictable, heavily rehearsed rhythms of modern fight promotion. The journalists in attendance fully anticipated a polite, deeply nostalgic press conference where both women would respectfully discuss the grueling reality of ring rust, the historical magnitude of two foundational pioneers finally meeting in the cage, and the monumental significance of Netflix aggressively entering the live mixed martial arts broadcast space. They expected Rousey to deliver a few competitive, marketable jabs at her opponent, wrapped tightly in a bow of mutual respect that would safely sell the event to a massive mainstream audience. But that is absolutely, emphatically not what transpired on that stage. Instead of blindly adhering to the meticulously prepared public relations script drafted by most valuable promotions, Ronda Rousey confidently stepped up to the microphone, looked directly into the high-definition lenses broadcasting her image to the entire world, and dropped a verbal nuclear weapon that immediately sent catastrophic, permanent, and deeply personal shockwaves through the executive suites of TKO Group Holdings in Las Vegas. With a chilling, calculating calmness, the single most historically significant and lucrative female athlete in the history of the Ultimate Fighting Championship publicly declared that the very promotion that built her into a global icon is now, quote, one of the worst places to go. She did not just offer a mild, easily dismissible critique of a specific contract negotiation, nor did she throw a localized, petty insult at her former boss. She systematically, aggressively, and ruthlessly torched the entire modern business model of the UFC, explicitly citing their massive corporate valuation and their absolute, unyielding prioritization of shareholder value over adequately compensating the human beings who bleed for their product. And in executing this highly targeted public execution, she ignited the most ferocious, highly polarized debate the mixed martial arts community has witnessed in over a decade.
You're talking about this, John Jones is talking about this, France has talked about this, and Conor is now saying he's waiting for a not greedy offer. Is this the moment, biggest names in the sport are talking about it, that we finally see some pushback on the UFC and maybe some change?
I mean, I really hope that the UFC sees that the writing is on the wall, and they're going to lose the market share of the sport if they don't start prioritizing the fighters and not just trying to get away with putting up fights that are basically as cheap as possible, because that's how they keep the most of that upfront check, right? They don't have any incentive to put on the best fights possible. They're not doing pay-per-view anymore. The way that they keep the most of that $7.7 billion is to spend as little as possible. And there's no incentive for them to have the biggest names and the best fights. And it's the what's it called? The change is coming, and I'm very happy to be at the forefront of it. In fact, I probably wouldn't have it any other way. I can't help it.
Beneath the viral sound bites and the widespread internet chaos lies a far more terrifying, deeply intimate reality. Ronda Rousey did not just burn a corporate bridge. She committed the ultimate, unforgivable act of personal betrayal against Dana White, fundamentally ensuring that the most powerful man in combat sports will never, ever forgive her for the remainder of his natural life. To truly comprehend the sheer, unprecedented magnitude of this specific press conference moment and the devastating psychological toll it has taken on the UFC president, you first have to aggressively peel back the complex, heavily guarded layers of their historical relationship. For years, the public narrative surrounding Ronda Rousey's departure from the UFC was deeply intertwined with the assumption that she had isolated herself from the promotion out of sheer embarrassment following her violent back-to-back knockout losses to Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes. The combat sports world assumed that she had completely severed ties with Dana White, retreating to the scripted safety of professional wrestling and the quiet isolation of her farm because she could not physically bear to face the brutal reality of the sport she once dominated. But Rousey violently shattered that widely accepted illusion on Tuesday by revealing a massive, heavily guarded secret that completely destroys the UFC's carefully curated public stance regarding this exact superfight. For months, the UFC promotional machine has quietly, cynically pushed the narrative that they simply had absolutely no interest in promoting a fight between two aging, retired pioneers, framing the Netflix event as a bizarre, irrelevant celebrity circus that is entirely beneath their elite world-class promotional standards. But Rousey explicitly revealed that she actually brought the Gina Carano superfight directly to Dana White first, entirely out of what she described as love and respect for him as her longtime friend. She explicitly stated that Dana White was initially absolutely thrilled about the prospect of finally booking the white whale of women's MMA. He sent her enthusiastic voice memos, aggressively helped facilitate the early conversations by sharing Carano's contact information, and desperately wanted to put the fight on a massive pay-per-view, potentially as the final massive event before the UFC transitioned its broadcast model to Paramount. Rousey, operating with a deep understanding of her immense historical value and the unprecedented global interest in this specific matchup, presented a highly logical, historically proven pay-per-view structure that would heavily reward both women if the event generated the massive financial numbers everyone logically anticipated. She explicitly told White, quote, "Reward me for it. Don't punish me for being easy to work with. Give me the best deal you ever gave anybody." But when the actual contract was finally presented, it was an absolute, insulting fraction of their true, undeniable market value. The UFC essentially refused to guarantee them the elite, superstar-level money that a fight of this unprecedented magnitude fundamentally demands. Why would the Ultimate Fighting Championship, a company historically famous for writing massive checks to secure the biggest fights on the planet, willingly walk away from a guaranteed blockbuster featuring their greatest female creation? Rousey articulated the terrifying, deeply cynical answer with absolute, uncompromising clarity, and in doing so, she violently exposed the absolute darkest reality of the UFC's new corporate structure. She explicitly stated that the refusal to pay her and Carano what they were worth had absolutely nothing to do with Dana White's personal desires and everything to do with the suffocating, restrictive corporate mandates of TKO Group Holdings. When the UFC transitioned into a massive, publicly traded entity heavily reliant on guaranteed multi-billion-dollar streaming media rights deals, their entire operational philosophy violently and permanently shifted. They are no longer heavily financially incentivized to desperately hustle and take massive financial risks to secure individual, record-breaking pay-per-views because their massive broadcast partners are already paying them a flat, astronomical rate to simply deliver a predetermined quota of weekly content. Rousey brilliantly exposed that TKO explicitly refused to pay her a massive guarantee because they are absolutely terrified of setting a high financial precedent. She astutely noted that the corporate bean counters in the Endeavor boardroom realized that if they paid Rousey and Carano their true astronomical market value, every other current champion on the active roster would immediately point to that exact contract and demand a massive, proportional pay increase. Rousey pulled back the heavy velvet curtain to reveal that it is actually in TKO's best financial interest not to put on the absolute best fights possible, but to spend the absolute bare minimum amount of money required to fill television hours, strictly so they can maximize profit margins for their Wall Street investors. She explicitly stated that the UFC is no longer operating as a fight promoter. It is operating as a cost-effective content mill, heavily prioritizing the retention of capital over the historical significance of the sport. This specific, highly articulate revelation is precisely where the professional critique mutated into a devastating, deeply personal assassination of Dana White's entire remaining aura. For over 2 decades, Dana White has been the absolute, undisputed iron fist of the UFC. He operated like a ruthless, untouchable mafia boss, aggressively controlling every single aspect of the narrative, publicly bullying fighters in the media, and single-handedly deciding the fate of entire athletic careers based on his own personal whims and vindictive grudges. The entire sport feared him because his power was absolute and unchecked. But Rousey's comments aggressively highlighted the profound, highly consequential political dynamic of the new UFC structure, completely stripping away White's terrifying omnipotence and violently exposing him as nothing more than a highly paid, legally bound middle manager operating within the rigid confines of a corporate spreadsheet. She explicitly stated that Dana White is no longer calling the shots when it comes to the massive structural financial decisions. She pointed out that he's now legally obligated to maximize shareholder value, heavily implying that he has been entirely castrated by the board of directors and the powerful billionaire executives like Ari Emanuel. When Rousey accused the UFC of bleeding talent due to short-term greed and stated that Dana isn't calling the shots, she was delivering the absolute, highly publicized eulogy for the Dana White era. The fiery, independent renegade promoter who fought against the establishment to build the sport from the ground up is completely dead and gone, entirely replaced by a sterile, mathematically optimized corporate conglomerate that views its athletes not as valued partners, but as heavily exploitable, easily replaceable, independent contractors. And to add the ultimate agonizing salt to the wound, Rousey offered a backhanded compliment that will undoubtedly haunt White for the rest of his career. When asked to describe him, she called him, quote, loyal to a fault. She essentially painted a tragic, pathetic portrait of a man who is desperately, blindly defending a corporate monstrosity that has completely usurped his absolute power, portraying him as a loyal soldier violently going down with a sinking, greedy ship. The sheer, unadulterated panic and absolute seething rage that this press conference must have triggered inside the UFC headquarters cannot possibly be overstated, because Rousey is executing the absolute worst-case scenario for their fiercely protected monopoly. The UFC has spent millions of dollars and countless hours fighting massive, multi-year antitrust lawsuits, desperately trying to legally prove in federal court that they do not operate an illegal monopoly and that fighters are completely free to seek better, fairer compensation elsewhere in a competitive open market. And now, the single most famous female athlete they ever manufactured is standing on a massive, global stage provided by a $200 billion streaming rival, explicitly telling the entire combat sports world that the UFC is the absolute worst place to go, and actively, publicly encouraging top athletes to leave and find pay elsewhere. This is not just typical pre-fight trash talk. This is a highly targeted, multi-million-dollar corporate sabotage campaign operating on a massive global scale. By aggressively shining a massive, unignorable spotlight on this corporate greed, Rousey has intentionally positioned herself as the absolute new, terrifying face of the fighter pay rebellion. For years, the fight for fair compensation in mixed martial arts has been a fractured, highly disorganized effort, heavily plagued by fighters who are simply too terrified of retaliation, blacklisting, and career destruction to publicly unionize. Current champions will occasionally complain about their meager purses on Twitter, only to immediately backtrack and aggressively praise Dana White the moment a slightly improved contract is shoved in front of them. The UFC has successfully maintained absolute control by keeping the fighters completely divided, financially insecure, for and desperately hungry for the next fight offer. But Ronda Rousey is entirely, unequivocally immune to those brutal historical control tactics. She does not need the UFC's money. She does not need their promotional machine to remain relevant. And she absolutely does not fear Dana White's legendary, vindictive wrath. She is utilizing the unprecedented, massive platform provided by Netflix to violently broadcast the exact terrifying message that current fighters are legally and financially prohibited from saying, when she publicly points out that the UFC's top athletes are leaving because they cannot support their families, and when she specifically targets the corporate overlords for strangling fighter pay. She is providing the ultimate, undeniable validation for every single athlete involved in the massive antitrust lawsuits against the promotion. She is transforming her massive Netflix payday from a simple, nostalgic athletic comeback into a highly weaponized, heavily publicized labor strike. She is aggressively signaling to the entire combat sports ecosystem that the UFC's fiercely protected monopoly is finally demonstrably vulnerable. By successfully securing a massive, life-altering payday outside of the octagon, she is providing a tangible, highly lucrative blueprint for other disgruntled superstars to follow. She is actively proving that you can completely bypass the restrictive UFC machinery, partner with a massive tech disruptor like Netflix, collaborate with an aggressive, anti-establishment promoter like Jake Paul's Most Valuable Promotions, and secure the exact type of generational wealth that the UFC's new corporate overlords completely refuse to authorize. If the May 16th broadcast shatters global viewership records, it will mathematically prove to the worldwide audience, to the Wall Street investors, and most importantly, to the fighters themselves, that the three letters painted on the UFC canvas are no longer the sole required ingredient to create a massive, culturally significant combat sports spectacle. It proves that the actual athletes hold the true, undeniable power, provided they have the absolute courage and the alternative streaming infrastructure to aggressively leverage it. Rousey is attempting to spark a massive, industry-wide exodus, explicitly challenging the monolith that the UFC has become, and actively, aggressively recruiting the next generation of superstars to fight outside the system. But the absolute most agonizing, deeply humiliating reality for Dana White is the sheer, undeniable personal betrayal of this entire spectacle. Dana White fundamentally operates on a currency of absolute loyalty and unwavering submission. He demands that the fighters he promotes remain eternally grateful for the platform he provided them. And for years, Ronda Rousey was the ultimate, unquestioning company woman. She was Dana White's absolute favorite fighter, the singular, undeniable athlete who forced him to completely reverse his infamous, highly publicized declaration that women would never, ever fight inside the octagon. The UFC heavily protected her, promoted her to the absolute moon, poured millions of dollars into her marketing campaigns, and built an entire, highly lucrative bantamweight division specifically around her judo pedigree. She was his golden goose, his ultimate creation. When she lost, he publicly defended her. When she left for the WWE, he spoke highly of her. He genuinely believed that their relationship was bulletproof, anchored by a deep mutual respect and a shared history of building an empire together. But Tuesday in Los Angeles violently proved that Rousey's loyalty has an absolute expiration date, and that expiration date coincided exactly with the moment the UFC refused to pay her what she demanded. The fact that she used the massive platform provided by Jake Paul, a man whose entire brand is built on relentlessly trolling Dana White and violently attacking the UFC's pay structure, is the ultimate unforgivable dagger to the heart. Dana White despises Jake Paul with a burning, unadulterated passion. Paul represents everything White hates about the modern era of combat sports: the influencer invasion, the lack of traditional dues paying, and the aggressive, constant public scrutiny of the UFC's business practices. For Rousey to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jake Paul, effectively validating his entire anti-UFC crusade, is a level of disrespect that Dana White simply cannot psychologically process. He cannot rationalize it away as a simple business decision. He cannot dismiss it as a misunderstanding. He has to look at the screen and watch his greatest creation aggressively tear tear down his life's work alongside his most hated enemy. When Rousey explicitly stated that she is going to go real hard in the trenches and framed the fight not just as a comeback, but as MVP versus UFC, she officially declared war on the man who made her a star. She playfully, yet ruthlessly, claimed she was doing Dana a favor, acting as his ultimate adversary to keep the promotion sharp because they are suffering from a lack of competition. She stated, "If anyone has been groomed to be his apprentice, it's been me. I think I'd be the most favorite adversary he's ever had." This was a highly targeted, deeply embarrassing public relations nightmare for TKO Group Holdings, entirely exposing the massive cracks in their armor and validating the deepest complaints of their current fighter roster on a massive global platform. Dana White will never, under any circumstances, forgive Ronda Rousey for this. The bridge is not just burned, it has been completely vaporized, the ashes salted and scattered to the wind. In the past, White has eventually reconciled with fighters who sued him, fighters who insulted him, and fighters who left the company on bad terms. He brought Tito Ortiz back. He brought Randy Couture back. He constantly preaches that business is business, and personal feelings should not interfere with making massive fights. But this is fundamentally different. Rousey did not just insult Dana White, she pitied him. She called him loyal to a fault. She publicly stated that he has lost his power. She told the entire world that he is nothing more than a highly paid puppet dancing for the shareholders. In the hyper-masculine, ego-driven world of fight promotion, stripping a man of his perceived power and publicly pitying him is the absolute highest form of disrespect. It attacks the very core of his identity. White can handle fighters asking for more money. He can handle fighters complaining about the Reebok or Venom deals. He can even handle fighters suing the company. But he absolutely cannot handle being portrayed as a weak, castrated corporate stooge by the very woman he elevated to superstardom. Furthermore, the involvement of Nakisa Bidarian, the former chief financial officer of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and Jake Paul's current brilliant business partner adds a layer of absolute corporate espionage to this betrayal. Bidarian knows every single one of Dana White's closely guarded secrets, every structural weakness in the UFC's restrictive contracts, and the exact mathematical formula required to break their ironclad monopoly by aligning herself with MVP. Rousey has effectively joined a highly sophisticated, financially weaponized insurgency designed to systematically dismantle the UFC's dominance. She is not just fighting Gina Carano on Netflix. She is actively participating in a highly calculated, multi-million-dollar corporate coup. Dana White understands this implicitly. He knows that every single subscription dollar generated by this event, every single viral clip of Rousey criticizing the UFC, and every single news article discussing the massive Netflix payday actively undermines his entire life's work. The Intuit Dome event is a massive, glowing beacon to the current, deeply disgruntled, heavily underpaid UFC roster, explicitly proving that there is absolute, undeniable life, massive guaranteed revenue, and immense cultural relevance entirely outside the ironclad, deeply restrictive walls of the octagon. Every single time the UFC attempts to negotiate a contract with a rising contender, the fighter's management will simply point to the Intuit Dome, point to Ronda Rousey's massive Netflix payday, and aggressively remind the TKO executives that the streaming giants are actively building a highly profitable, fighter-friendly alternative. When the massive arena lights finally dim on May 16th, the deafening roar of the crowd reaches an absolute fever pitch, and the referee firmly steps back to signal the start of the most heavily scrutinized fight of the decade. Sports landscape will be permanently, irreversibly altered. The global audience will tune in to see if the pioneer can overcome the massive 17-year layoff, but the true, ultimate stakes of this event will be playing out in the corporate boardrooms and the executive suites. Ronda Rousey has successfully orchestrated the absolute most dangerous, highly calculated act of corporate rebellion in the history of the sport. She's completely abandoned her legacy within the UFC, willingly excommunicated herself from their Hall of Fame ceremonies and permanently destroyed her relationship with the man who built her, all in exchange for the opportunity to strike a fatal, highly publicized blow against the corporate monolith that the sport has become. She is fighting for the right to prove that the athletes are bigger than the promotion, and in doing so, she's guaranteed that Dana White will spend the rest of his career desperately trying to erase her entire existence from the history books. The ultimate betrayal is complete, the battle lines have been violently drawn, and the war for the actual soul and the financial future of mixed martial arts will be broadcast live in stunning high definition to 300 million completely free Netflix subscribers who are about to witness the absolute destruction of a monopoly.
Now, the other one that I've been dying to ask you, again, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to you since, I'll just keep subtly mentioning that here and there. 2014, there were some intense rumors that you were in talks with the UFC to fight Ronda Rousey. How close were you to actually fighting Ronda Rousey and fighting in the UFC?
Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano was announced to be on Netflix. Ronda said she approached you to have that fight, then she said that it didn't work out and maybe financial reasons were because of that under the new Paramount era. Are you disappointed not to be hosting that fight, and are you happy to see Ronda return to MMA?
The atmosphere inside the executive suites of TKO Group Holdings and the highly secured UFC headquarters in Las Vegas is currently suffocated by a deeply suppressed, heavily guarded corporate panic that absolutely defies the calm, indifferent public facade projected by Dana White. If you listen to the recent press conferences, you will hear the UFC president standing at the podium, casually shrugging his shoulders and claiming with a slight smirk that he is genuinely happy for Ronda Rousey and that his relationship with Gina Carano is finally in a really good place. He is desperately attempting to project an aura of total, unbothered indifference, treating the impending May 16th Netflix broadcast as if it were a minor regional show, entirely unworthy of his precious attention.
Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano was announced to be on Netflix. Ronda said she approached you to have that fight, then she said that it didn't work out and maybe financial reasons were because of that under the new Paramount era. Are you disappointed not to be hosting that fight, and are you happy to see Ronda return to MMA?
Yeah, you know, her and I have been talking about this since last year, and yeah, it just didn't work out, but I'm happy for it. Listen, me and Gina are in a really good place. We weren't at one point, and I'm happy for both of us.
But behind the reinforced glass and the closed doors of the billionaire war room, the reality is an absolute DEFCON 1 corporate meltdown. The Intuit Dome collision between Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano is not simply a rival sporting event that the UFC can comfortably ignore. It is a terrifying, existential, multi-billion-dollar threat to the very fabric of the UFC's monopolistic business model. To fully understand why this specific bout has triggered a cold sweat across the highest levels of the UFC brass, you have to aggressively peel back the layers of public relations and examine the incredibly toxic, highly volatile, and largely unknown history between these three specific entities. For over 2 decades, Dana White has masterfully and ruthlessly controlled the entire global narrative of mixed martial arts by ensuring that his promotion was the absolute only viable destination for legitimate, world-class super fights. When a massive fight failed to materialize in the past, White brilliantly weaponized the media to spin the narrative, aggressively blaming the fighters, labeling them as cowards, or publicly declaring that they were completely impossible to negotiate with. But the Rousey versus Carano matchup is the ultimate undeniable ghost that haunts the UFC's legacy. It is the one massive, generation-defining cultural event that Dana White held completely in the palm of his hands, only to watch it violently disintegrate into ashes because of his own uncontrollable, highly destructive ego. To grasp the sheer magnitude of the regret echoing through the UFC headquarters today, we have to violently rewind the clock to the summer of 2014. At this specific moment in history, Ronda Rousey is the most terrifying, ascendant mainstream star on the planet, violently armbarring her way through the bantamweight division and dragging women's combat sports into the global spotlight. Gina Carano, the original, revered pioneer who built the foundation of women's MMA with her bare hands before vanishing into the Hollywood machine, expresses a quiet, tentative interest in returning to the cage. Dana White, smelling the undeniable scent of unprecedented pay-per-view revenue, senses the opportunity to promote the absolute biggest fight in the history of women's sports. He immediately flies to Los Angeles, sits down at a highly exclusive restaurant with Carano, and slides a massive $1 million offer across the table. It was an absolutely staggering, unprecedented sum for a female fighter at the time. Carano, operating with extreme professionalism and a deep understanding of the sport, agrees to the financial framework of the deal, but makes one massive, entirely reasonable biological demand. She calmly explains to the UFC executives that she has been standing on movie sets for 5 years. She is no active fight camp, and she desperately needs 6 uninterrupted months of absolute silence to build a team and physically prepare her body to survive a prime Olympian. She specifically asks White to keep the negotiations completely secret so she can walk into a gym and begin the grueling process of reinventing herself without a massive, suffocating media circus following her every move. White agrees, they shake hands, and Carano leaves the dinner feeling completely elated, genuinely believing she is about to make a historic, triumphant return to the sport she helped build from the ground up. But the very next morning, the horrific, entirely predictable betrayal begins.
So I remember Dana had finally called after all these years, not called me, but like called my representatives. And they said, you know, they'd like to sit down and have a conversation. So, I mean, I actually met Dana long ago when he was doing the WEC, and I was fighting for Strikeforce, and they had said, you know, him and Lorenzo came in, and I went to their offices, and they said, hey, you know, you don't have to fight the cyborg chick, you know, why don't you come over here and fight for the WEC, and why don't you fight for us? And I was like, well, I've got a contract, and you know, Scott Coker's always been pretty good to me, and they said, we can get you out of it, you know, we won't be able to directly like be involved, but we'll finance it. And then I just thought, you know, I said that I signed this contract, and that's my word on there. And I said to the people and all the fans that I said I was going to fight Cyborg. So I just didn't want to get into like this messy like legal battle that where I had said I was going to do something all, you know, before the Cyborg fight, and then never let it happen. So I just and I think that was my last fight on that contract. So I ended up fighting Cyborg and kind of brushing that off. But then cut to like, I don't know, when Ronda Rousey became popular, I remember they finally called for a meeting, and I walked in, they were like in this restaurant, and they looked like two, I don't know, just like two like big, you know, muscly guys at a table in like the middle of like Hollywood. And I remember thinking, what took you guys so long? I've been like, you know, what took you so long? And so they were like, okay, well, you know, we'd love to offer you $1 million. We'd love to, you know, have that fight. And I was like, well, that sounds great. I'm gonna need you to do me a favor then, because I've been acting now, and I'm not, you know, active in any gym. So it's gonna take me, you know, you're gonna have to give me some time to build a team and go join a team, which is not an easy thing, as sure as all the fighters know in this. You know, you have to find a team or build one that's gonna like be into what you're doing. And if you haven't been like actively a part of anything, you know, you can walk in as Gina Carano or whoever, and you know, you still have to like, you know, find the people that are going to really be there for you, and that takes time. So I told him, you know, you got to just be able to sit on this for about 6 months, Dana, you know, like you can't say anything, and let me like get situated with that in mind, because that sounds great, and I'd love to do it. And so it was a nice dinner, and we all left, you know, positive, and I left stoked, and I was like, okay, well, this is this makes sense. This is my moment to come and be back in there.
Dana White, completely incapable of suppressing his aggressive promotional instincts and his desperate need to dominate the news cycle, immediately goes to the media and begins publicly broadcasting that the UFC is on the verge of signing Gina Carano. He starts aggressively putting the pressure on her through the press, establishing a public narrative that the UFC is simply waiting on her to sign the paperwork, effectively weaponizing the rabid fan base to force her hand. Carano, feeling deeply betrayed by the broken promise of silence, sends White a private text message politely reminding him of their strict agreement, reiterating that she needs time and a quiet, highly supportive environment to build her camp before the media circus inevitably begins. White entirely ignores her requests, relentlessly pushing the narrative in every single media scrum. And then, the absolute unthinkable happens.
Like the next day, Dana was out there talking about me and like saying, you know, talking about my name and like telling the people that he was going to sign me, and I don't even have a team yet. And I was like, that's not what we discussed. You're supposed to give me at least 6 months to kind of like find a team. Like, and then he started trying to put on the pressure through the media, and then it just really kind of, it was a bummer because I told him over text message, you know, like that's not what we talked about. I need time. I can't just like, you know, now I'm gonna walk into a gym and people know that's what I'm doing. I need to build trust. I need to find people, and so then he kept on doing that. He kept on doing that, and I'm still, you know, still kind of searching for a team and like feeling all that pressure.
Dana, last time you were here in California, you were asked about Carano. You said it was complicated.
Yeah.
The updates.
It's still complicated, but we're so close. But there's like a couple of minor issues, and it'll be done.
She's signed by the end of the year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I'd have told you 6 months ago she'd be signed in 6 days too. So we'll see what happens.
Do you still feel confident that that's the next fight for Ronda though?
I don't know. I did at one point. I don't know now.
A microscopic, deeply arrogant technological error that permanently alters the entire trajectory of combat sports history. Sitting in his office, highly frustrated that Carano is not blindly submitting to his aggressive timeline, Dana White attempts to send a private text message to his billionaire business partner, UFC CEO Lorenzo Fertitta. The text message reads, "This bitch is effing us around," a crass, highly aggressive complaint about Carano's completely reasonable biological demands. But in a rush of arrogant haste, White accidentally sends that exact text message directly to Gina Carano herself. When Carano receives the message, she is completely stunned by the sheer, unadulterated disrespect. In a move of ultimate, legendary composure, she replies to the most powerful feared man in combat sports with a simple, chillingly calm message. "I think you sent that to the wrong person."
And then he sent me a text message that said, this bitch isn't like something us around, like, you know, effing us around or something like that. And I sent a text message back. I said, I think that you sent that to the wrong person. And he said, I don't think I did. And that was the last conversation that we had over text message, because I don't think that was like the kind of environment I wanted to come back into.
In that specific, highly critical moment, White had the opportunity to apologize, to blame a rogue staff member, or to do whatever massive corporate damage control was necessary to save the multi-million-dollar super fight. Instead, operating with absolute, unchecked ego and a complete lack of accountability, White replies, "I don't think I did." In those 6 simple, unbelievably arrogant words, the greatest female super fight in the history of the sport violently and permanently died. Carano immediately cut all communication with the UFC, entirely refusing to step back into a highly toxic, abusive corporate environment where the promoter viewed her with such blatant, undeniable contempt. White spent the next several years aggressively trying to rewrite history, constantly claiming to the media that Carano was the absolute most difficult human being he had ever dealt with, entirely omitting the fact that his own accidental, highly abusive text message was the sole, undeniable reason the historic deal collapsed. The UFC eventually moved on. Rousey suffered her catastrophic, highly publicized knockout losses, and the dream of the ultimate pioneer clash was permanently buried in the graveyard of what-ifs. Or so Dana White confidently thought. Fast forward 12 years to the current day, and the ghost of that text message has violently resurrected itself in the absolute worst possible form imaginable for the UFC headquarters. The fight isn't just happening, it is happening on Netflix, a massive $200 billion global streaming leviathan that entirely dwarfs the financial footprint, the cultural reach, and the technological infrastructure of the UFC and its parent company. And the absolute, agonizing salt in the wound for Dana White is the specific promotional team that successfully orchestrated this ultimate heist. The event is being heavily co-promoted by MVP, spearheaded by Jake Paul, the man who has made it his absolute life's mission to publicly and relentlessly torment Dana White regarding fighter pay, and his brilliant business partner, Nakisa Badarian. Badarian is not just a random boxing promoter. He is the former chief financial officer of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. He is the brilliant, highly educated financial architect who knows every single one of Dana White's closely guarded secrets, every structural weakness in the UFC's restrictive contracts, and the exact mathematical formula required to break their ironclad monopoly. Badarian and Paul looked at the smoking rubble of Dana White's greatest failure, quietly picked up the pieces, and successfully negotiated the exact historic superfight that the UFC president entirely fumbled 12 years ago. The suffocating panic inside the UFC war room is entirely centered around the terrifying, industry-shattering precedent this specific event is about to set for the entire combat sports landscape. The UFC has spent decades painstakingly conditioning its global audience to accept an incredibly expensive, highly restrictive pay-per-view model. They require their most dedicated fans to pay $80 for a single night of entertainment, heavily relying on the absolute exclusivity of their brand to justify the exorbitant cost. But Netflix is about to broadcast the most culturally significant, heavily debated mixed martial arts fight of the entire decade to nearly 300 million active subscribers worldwide at absolutely no additional cost beyond their standard, deeply affordable monthly subscription fee. If this highly publicized broadcast is a massive, undeniable viewership success, and the massive weight of the Netflix algorithm mathematically guarantees that it will be, it fundamentally and permanently destroys the psychological foundation of the UFC's pricing model. The casual sports fan, suffering from extreme subscription fatigue, will immediately begin to aggressively question why they should continuously pay $80 to watch a standard UFC title defense when a platform they already pay $15 a month for is seamlessly delivering historic, mainstream superfights in brilliant high definition directly to their living rooms. This is not just friendly competition. It is a violent, highly targeted disruption of the UFC's primary revenue stream. In the past, when rival promotions like Affliction or Strikeforce attempted to challenge the UFC, Dana White would aggressively use his massive leverage to threaten cable television providers and suffocate the rival promotion's distribution channels. But you absolutely cannot threaten or suffocate Netflix. Netflix does not rely on traditional cable providers. Netflix is the infrastructure itself. They possess an endless, terrifying vault of cash and a distribution network that the UFC simply cannot bully into submission, rendering Dana White's traditional, highly aggressive monopoly tactics completely and utterly useless. Furthermore, the betrayal cuts incredibly deep on a highly personal, deeply emotional level for the UFC brass because of the willing involvement of Ronda Rousey. For years, Rousey was the ultimate, unquestioning company woman. She was Dana White's absolute favorite fighter, the singular, undeniable athlete who forced him to completely reverse his infamous, highly publicized declaration that women would never, ever fight inside the octagon. The UFC heavily protected her, promoted her to the absolute moon, and built an entire, highly lucrative bantamweight division specifically around her judo pedigree. She was the golden goose. But now, she has completely defected to the enemy, entirely bypassing the UFC machinery to sign directly with Netflix and Jake Paul. Adding absolute insult to injury, Rousey recently went on a highly publicized, aggressive public media tour and delivered a highly calculated, devastating verbal strike directly at the UFC's corporate structure. She openly stated that the UFC is currently suffering from a massive, highly detrimental lack of competition, pointing out that the promotion simply views massive, multi-million-dollar antitrust class action lawsuits from their own underpaid fighters as a standard, completely acceptable cost of doing business. She framed her historic Netflix superfight not just as a personal athletic comeback, but as a deliberate, aggressive attempt to provide the UFC with the legitimate, terrifying competition they desperately need to fundamentally force a change in their abusive business practices. She playfully yet ruthlessly claimed she was doing Dana a favor, acting as his ultimate adversary to keep the promotion sharp. This was a highly targeted, deeply embarrassing public relations nightmare for TKO Group Holdings, entirely exposing the massive cracks in their armor and validating the deepest complaints of their current fighter roster on a massive global platform. This is exactly why the public facade of Dana White standing at a podium claiming he is happy for Ronda and that he and Gina are in a good place is nothing more than a desperate, completely transparent attempt at corporate damage control. He is attempting to aggressively project an aura of total indifference because officially acknowledging the sheer magnitude and cultural impact of the Netflix event would be admitting absolute, undeniable defeat. Behind the scenes, the entire UFC promotional machinery is working in absolute overdrive to counter-program and desperately attempt to steal the cultural zeitgeist back from the streaming giant. They are furiously attempting to stack their upcoming pay-per-view cards, particularly the highly publicized UFC White House event scheduled just a month after the Netflix broadcast, desperately hoping to drown out the deafening noise of the Rousey-Carano collision. But they are fighting a completely losing mathematical battle against the sheer algorithmic gravity of the Netflix homepage. When May 16th finally arrives, every single time a user boots up their television, their tablet, or their smartphone, they will not be greeted by UFC promotional material. They will be immediately greeted by a massive, unmissable, beautifully produced banner featuring the faces of the two legendary women who built women's combat sports. The Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California, is practically operating in the UFC's own backyard. The physical cage will look entirely different, the broadcast commentary team will sound entirely different, and the overall production value will carry the massive, cinematic weight of Hollywood rather than the gritty, highly familiar, heavily branded presentation of the UFC. But the absolute most agonizing, deeply humiliating reality for Dana White will be the terrifying realization that every single punch thrown, every single subscription dollar generated, and every single broken global viewing record is the direct, undeniable result of his total inability to put his own massive ego aside 12 years ago. He is being forcefully made to watch his two greatest historical female assets generate hundreds of millions of dollars of unprecedented value for a rival tech company and his most hated promotional enemies, all because he simply couldn't resist the petty urge to send a derogatory text message and subsequently refused to apologize. The Rousey vs. Carano superfight is no longer just a fascinating, highly anticipated clash of martial art styles and biological questions. It is the ultimate multi-billion-dollar corporate revenge story. It violently exposes the fragile, toxic underbelly of the UFC's negotiation tactics, proving to the entire combat sports world and the highly observant current roster of fighters that there is absolute, highly lucrative, and incredibly relevant life outside the restrictive confines of the octagon. When the cage door finally locks inside the Intuit Dome, it will not just be two legendary, highly respected pioneers fighting to permanently secure their athletic legacy. It will be the distinct, undeniable sound of the UFC's absolute monopoly violently snapping in half, broadcast live in stunning high definition to every corner of the planet, entirely funded by the ghost of a single 12-year-old text message that Dana White will never, ever be able to unsend. The atmosphere surrounding the Intuit Dome on May 16th is thick with the scent of rebellion, a palpable, electric tension that has absolutely nothing to do with the physical mechanics of mixed martial arts and everything to do with the invisible, billionaire hand that quietly engineered this entire cultural explosion. While the mainstream sports media is frantically obsessing over ring rust, octagon geometry, and the biological decay of aging fighters, they are completely missing the terrifying, hidden political. But if you aggressively peel back the layers of corporate contracts, non-disclosure agreements, and Silicon Valley power plays, you will find that the true architect of the Rousey versus Carano collision is not a fight promoter, a Hollywood agent, or a streaming executive. The silent, invisible godfather of this entire spectacle is Elon Musk. To understand why the richest man on the planet has quietly inserted himself into the blood sport business, you have to stop viewing this event as a prize fight and start viewing it as the most expensive, high-stakes weapon in the global war over free speech. This is not just a cage match. It is a meticulously constructed, multi-million-dollar middle finger to the corporate establishment, funded by X, broadcast by Netflix, and fought by the woman who became the patient zero of modern cancel culture. To see the strings being pulled, we have to violently rewind the tape to the darkest moment of Gina Carano's professional life. In early 2021, Carano was not just fired from The Mandalorian, she was systematically erased from the cultural conversation. Disney and Lucasfilm did not simply terminate her contract. They issued a scorching public statement labeling her social media posts as abhorrent, effectively branding her as a radioactive pariah in Hollywood. Her agency dropped her, her publicists fled, and the entire entertainment industry collectively agreed that Gina Carano would never work in a meaningful capacity again. In the traditional physics of Hollywood, this is where the story ends. The celebrity apologizes, disappears into obscurity, and is never heard from again. But Gina Carano did not apologize, and she did not disappear. Instead, she found a lifeline in the most unexpected, chaotic place imaginable. A tweet from Elon Musk. When Musk publicly announced that X would fund the legal bills of anyone unfairly treated by their employers due to their activity on his platform, most people viewed it as a typical, blusterous Musk promise that would vanish into the ether. But for Carano, it was a literal war chest. Musk did not just write a check for a lawyer, he handed her a terrifying, unlimited budget to wage a scorched earth legal war against the most powerful entertainment monopoly on Earth. This is the exact moment where Elon Musk transformed from a passive observer into the silent promoter of the May 16th superfight. By funding Carano's wrongful termination lawsuit against Disney, Musk did something far more valuable than simply paying her bills. He artificially kept her name in the headlines, rebranding her from a failed actress into a free speech martyr. He utilized the massive algorithmic power of X to constantly amplify her story, ensuring that she remained a relevant, polarizing, and highly visible cultural figure despite having no active screen roles. Without Elon Musk's intervention, Gina Carano would likely be teaching Muay Thai seminars in a strip mall in Las Vegas right now, completely forgotten by the mainstream zeitgeist. There would be no Netflix deal, no 8-figure payday, and absolutely no interest from Ronda Rousey. Rousey, a savvy businesswoman in her own right, understands the currency of attention better than anyone. She would never have signed a contract to fight a washed-up, irrelevant pioneer. She signed the contract because Musk's legal and cultural machinery had successfully rehabilitated Carano's brand, transforming her into a symbol of defiance that half the country is desperate to support. The fight is technically being promoted by MVP and Netflix, but the audience, the narrative, and the sheer cultural weight of the event were entirely manufactured in the laboratories of X Corp. The genius of Musk's involvement lies in its plausible deniability. He does not need his logo on the canvas or his face on the poster to reap the rewards. His platform X has become the exclusive, unsterilized town square, where the hype for this fight is truly living and breathing. While traditional outlets like ESPN and Disney-owned networks are hesitant to fully embrace Carano due to their corporate entanglements, X has become the de facto home base for the event's promotion. Every viral clip, every controversial interview, and every heated debate about the fight is generating massive engagement numbers on Musk's platform, proving his thesis that X is the only place where real conversations can happen without corporate censorship. He has effectively tricked the entire combat sports world into producing content for his platform, using the fight as a massive, live case study for his free speech crusade. He is proving that you can bypass the traditional Hollywood gatekeepers, survive a corporate cancellation, and come out the other side more famous, more wealthy, and more dangerous than ever before, provided you have a billionaire backing your play. There is also a deeply personal, petty, and highly vindictive element to Musk's shadow involvement that cannot be ignored. We know that Elon Musk holds grudges, and his feud with the traditional media establishment, specifically Disney, is well documented. Disney was one of the first major advertisers to publicly boycott X following Musk's takeover, a move that Musk publicly told them to go fuck themselves over in a viral interview. By secretly propelling Gina Carano back into the mainstream spotlight, Musk is executing a brilliant, chaotic revenge plot against the Mouse House. He is taking the exact woman Disney tried to destroy, funding her survival, and helping her land a massive payday on a rival streaming platform that directly competes with Disney+. Every single subscription dollar that Netflix generates from this fight is a dollar that isn't going to the company that fired her. It is a proxy war fought in a cage, with Musk using Carano as a battering ram to damage Disney's reputation and prove that their power to cancel talent is no longer absolute. He is sending a chilling message to every studio executive in Hollywood. If you fire someone for their speech, I will not only sue you, I will make them a star. Partnership with Netflix is another fascinating layer of this hidden conspiracy. While Musk and Netflix have no formal ownership ties, they share a common enemy in the legacy media gatekeepers. Netflix, much like X, prides itself on being a disruptor. By hosting a fight featuring a canceled star, Netflix is signaling that it is willing to touch the radioactive content that Disney and ESPN are too terrified to handle. Musk likely views Netflix as a useful idiot in this equation, a platform large enough to host the spectacle he engineered, but desperate enough for live sports content to ignore the political baggage. It is a marriage of convenience between Silicon Valley tech disruption and streaming dominance, leaving the traditional cable giants and the UFC completely on the outside looking in. Dana White, who usually controls the narrative of every major fight, is powerless here because the money and the machinery are coming from a tax bracket that even the UFC cannot bully. You cannot intimidate Elon Musk, and you cannot threaten to blacklist a fighter who is already being bankrolled by the owner of the town square. But the most terrifying implication of Musk's secret role is what it means for the future of athlete empowerment. If this model works, if a canceled athlete can be resurrected by a tech billionaire and inserted into a massive, independent superfight, it permanently breaks the stranglehold that leagues like the UFC and studios like Disney have over their talent. It creates a new, chaotic economy where controversy is no longer a career death sentence, but a verifiable asset that can be monetized by the right backer. Elon Musk is essentially beta testing a new form of celebrity protection racket. He is saying to every athlete, actor, and public figure, say whatever you want. If they fire you, come to X. We will fund your lawsuit, we will amplify your voice, and we will find a way to monetize your cancellation. Gina Carano is simply the proof of concept. If she walks out of the Intuit Dome with a massive check and a renewed career, Musk will have successfully proven that he has the power to overrule the entire Hollywood ecosystem. As you watch Ronda Rousey stare across the cage at Gina Carano, Carano on May 16th. Do not be fooled into thinking this is just a fight between two women. You are watching a proxy war between two distinct eras of media control. On one side, you have the ghosts of the old guard, Disney, the UFC, the traditional agencies, who believe they have the right to dictate who is allowed to be famous. On the other side, you have the chaotic, unregulated, billionaire-funded disruption of Elon Musk, who believes that fame should be a free market commodity, regardless of ideology. Rousey is the unwitting soldier in this war, a legend of the old era stepping into the arena of the new. But Carano? Carano is the weapon. She is the living, breathing, punching embodiment of Elon Musk's worldview. And win or lose, the moment that bell rings, Elon Musk has already won. He has successfully hijacked a massive cultural event to serve his own narrative, embarrassed his corporate enemies, and proven that in the year 2026, the only promoter that truly matters is the one who controls the algorithm. The final, lingering question is whether Musk will actually show his face on fight night. Rumors are swirling that he has purchased a massive block of ringside seats, not for celebrities or influencers, but for the canceled outcasts of the entertainment world, a visual representation of his new island of misfit toys. If Musk walks Gina Carano to the cage, or even simply sits in the front row wearing that knowing smirk, it will be the final confirmation that this was never about Muay Thai or Judo. It was always about power. It was about proving that he can take a broken toy that Disney threw in the trash and turn it into the most valuable action figure on the planet. The silent promoter is silent no more. His signature is written in invisible ink on every single contract, tweet, and pay-per-view buy that fuels this historic, chaotic fire. But to truly understand the depth of Musk's strategic genius in this scenario, we must look beyond the immediate political theater and examine the financial architecture of the future he is building. By creating a direct pipeline from cancellation to monetization, Musk is effectively building a parallel entertainment economy. He has realized that there is a massive, underserved market of consumers who feel alienated by the sanitized, corporate-approved narratives of mainstream media. These consumers are not just looking for entertainment, they are looking for validation. They want to see their perceived martyrs succeed. By aligning himself with Carano, Musk taps directly into this vein of resentment and loyalty. He transforms a simple sports broadcast into a referendum on cultural values. When millions of people tune in to watch Carano fight, they aren't just watching a sporting event, they are casting a vote against the system that tried to silence her. Musk understands this psychological mechanism better than anyone. He knows that outrage is the most potent fuel for engagement, and by positioning himself as the patron saint of the outraged, he ensures that X remains the central nervous system of the culture war. Consider the timing of the lawsuit settlement in August 2025. It was not a quiet, backroom deal. It was a calculated media event. Carano publicly thanked Musk, reinforcing the narrative that he was her savior. This was the opening salvo of the promotional campaign for the fight, months before a contract was even signed. It primed the audience, alerting them that Carano was back, she was funded, and she was ready for war. The lawsuit was never just about wrongful termination. It was a year-long marketing campaign designed to keep Carano's name in the algorithm until the fight could be made. It was a masterclass in long-term narrative construction. Most fight promoters of Ronda Rousey in this equation. While Musk may not be directly funding her, his ecosystem benefits immensely from her participation. Rousey brings the mainstream credibility, the legacy, and the casual eyeballs that Carano alone could not deliver. But why would Rousey, who has largely stayed out of political crossfires, agree to this? The answer is simple. The numbers. The engagement metrics on X surrounding Carano are astronomical. Rousey's team, looking at the data, would have seen an opportunity for the biggest payday of her life. They realized that fighting the villain of the corporate media story makes Rousey the de facto hero for one side and the target for the other. It creates the perfect storm of interest. In a way, Musk's rehabilitation of Carano increased Rousey's market value. He created a worthy adversary out of thin air, giving Rousey the foil she needed to sell a blockbuster. Without the Musk intervention, Rousey versus Carano is a fun nostalgia fight. With the Musk intervention, it is a cultural event. The ramifications of this strategy extend far beyond the cage. If this event is a financial success, it sends a terrifying signal to corporate HR departments everywhere. It suggests that the threat of cancellation has lost its teeth. If an employee can be fired for abhorrent speech, only to be picked up by a billionaire, given a global platform, and paid millions of dollars, then the deterrent effect of firing them is completely nullified. In fact, it might encourage more polarizing behavior. Athletes and actors might start calculating that being controversial is actually a better career move than being safe, provided they can catch the eye of the anti-woke economy. Musk is essentially disrupting the risk/reward calculus of public behavior. He is introducing a safety net for volatility. This fight is the first major stress test of that safety net. If it holds, the floodgates open. We could see a wave of canceled stars signing deals with X-adjacent ventures, creating a rogue league of entertainers who operate entirely outside the traditional rules of PR. Furthermore, look at the integration of technology in this event. Rumors suggest that X will be hosting exclusive real-time stats, alternate camera angles, or perhaps a free speech commentary track during the fight. Features that Netflix might not natively offer. Musk could use this fight to showcase X's video capabilities, driving traffic from the Netflix broadcast to his platform for the real experience. It creates a symbiotic relationship where Netflix provides the polished, high-definition feed, while X provides the raw, unfiltered community experience. This dual-screen dominance is the holy grail of modern media. Musk doesn't need to own the broadcast rights to own the conversation. He just needs to ensure that the most interesting part of the event is happening on his app. By controlling the narrative leading up to the fight, he ensures that the conversation during the fight happens on his turf. The sheer audacity of this plan is breathtaking. It requires a level of capital and disregard for social norms that only someone like Musk possesses. A traditional promoter would be terrified of the blowback. They would be worried about advertisers pulling out, about protests, about bad press. Musk welcomes the bad press. He feeds on it. Every angry article written about Carano's return is just free advertising for the event. Every boycott threat is a rallying cry for his base. He has completely inverted the traditional PR crisis model. Crisis is not a problem to be managed. It is a resource to be mined. And on May 16th, he is going to mine it for everything it is worth. Ultimately, when the history books are written about this era of media, this fight might be seen as a turning point. It might be the moment where the monolithic power of legacy media finally fractured, not because of a new technology, but because one man with enough money decided to weaponize a single lawsuit. Gina Carano is the gladiator in the arena, but Elon Musk is the emperor in the box, giving the thumbs up or thumbs down. The crowd is cheering, the money is flowing, and the old gods of Hollywood are watching in horror as their excommunication orders are raised. Pay close attention to the social media reaction. Watch the victory laps on X. Watch the seething op-eds in the traditional press. That division, that friction, is exactly what Musk paid for. He purchased chaos. And in the modern attention economy, chaos is the most valuable commodity of all. The secret promoter has put on the show of a lifetime, and we are all willingly or unwillingly sitting in the front row. The bell rings, the fighters clash, and somewhere in a glass office, Elon Musk leans back and watches the metrics climb, knowing that he has once again changed the game by simply refusing to play by anyone else's rules.
Honestly, like my thought, I was like in the medical room, and I was like down in the corner. I was sitting in the corner, and I was like, what am I anymore if I'm not this? And I was literally sitting there and like thinking about killing myself, and then exact second I'm like, I'm nothing. I'm like, what do I do anymore? And no one gives a about me anymore without this.
The date is November 15th, 2015. The location is a sterile, fluorescent-lit hospital room in Melbourne, Australia. A young woman is sitting in the corner, her lips split completely open, requiring plastic surgery to repair, her teeth loose in her gums, and her brain rattling inside her skull from the massive concussive force of a shin bone that just collided with her neck at high velocity. But the physical pain radiating through her nervous system is entirely irrelevant. It is the silence that is killing her. For the first time in her entire adult life, the phone isn't ringing with congratulations. The invincible aura that protected her like a suit of armor is gone, vaporized in front of 56,000 screaming people. And in that quiet, suffocating room, the most famous female athlete on the planet, Ronda Rousey, looks up at her boyfriend through swollen eyes and genuinely admits that she is considering ending her own life right there in the hospital bed. She asks herself a terrifying, existential question that will haunt the rest of her existence. What am I anymore if I am not this?
Honestly, like my thought, I was like in the medical room, and I was like down in the corner. I was sitting in the corner, and I was like, what am I anymore if I'm not this? And I was literally sitting there and like thinking about killing myself. And then exact second, I'm like, I'm nothing. I'm like, what do I do anymore? And no one gives a shit about me anymore without.
Fast forward 11 years. The date is May 16th, 2026. The location is the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. The stakes are no longer just a gold belt or a promotional record. The stakes are Ronda Rousey's actual survival. She is about to step into a cage to fight a 44-year-old actress who hasn't thrown a professional punch in nearly 2 decades. On paper, it is a mismatch. On paper, it is a redemption tour. But psychological warfare is not fought on paper. If Ronda Rousey loses to Gina Carano, if she is publicly humiliated by a woman the world views as a Hollywood relic, we are not just going to witness a sporting defeat. We are going to witness a catastrophic, live broadcast mental breakdown of a human being whose entire identity is built on a foundation of glass. This is the dark, uncomfortable reality of the Netflix superfight that nobody is talking about. Is Ronda Rousey actually mentally stable enough to handle the possibility of losing again? To understand the terrifying fragility of the woman stepping into that cage, you have to aggressively peel back the layers of her celebrity and go back to the architect of her psychology, her mother, Anne Maria de Mars. Most elite fighters are taught from day one that losing is a lesson, a necessary evil on the long, painful road to mastery. They are taught to separate their self-worth from the result of the match. Ronda Rousey was taught the exact opposite. She was taught that losing is a moral failure, a sin that stains the soul. She was raised in a psychological pressure cooker where affection and worth were directly, transactionally tied to gold medals and arm bars. Her mother, the first American to ever win a world judo championship, famously drilled into her a singular, uncompromising mantra that became the soundtrack of her life. Winning is everything. There was no plan B. There was no soft landing. There was only victory, or there was nothing. This created a fighter with a terrifying, overwhelming offensive output, but it also created a human being with absolutely zero emotional shock absorbers. When you build a skyscraper without a sway mechanism, it stands tall and rigid against the wind, looking impressive and untouchable until the earthquake hits. And then, it doesn't just crack, it violently collapses into dust. That earthquake hit in Melbourne against Holly Holm. The world watched a champion get tactically outclassed, but what they didn't see was the internal infrastructure crumbling in real time. Most champions, when they lose, grab the microphone. They congratulate their opponent. They vow to come back better. They show the world that they are still human. Conor McGregor gets tapped out and immediately starts breaking down the technical flaws in his game at the press conference, turning the loss into content. Israel Adesanya gets knocked cold and gives an impassioned speech about daring to be great. Ronda Rousey? She vanished. She literally hid her face from the paparazzi with a purple pillow at the airport, a singular image that became the visual definition of shame. She refused to speak to the media for over a year. She retreated into a fortress of solitude attitude, completely unable to process a reality where she wasn't the winner. She didn't watch the tape to learn from her mistakes. She didn't analyze the footwork to fix her holes. She simply pretended the world outside didn't exist.
I've been watching combat sports for a very long time, boxing, UFC, all this stuff, and I've never seen a fighter that lost so embarrassed about the way they look at it.
But you're making an assumption that it's embarrassment, and I agree with you, and I've watched UFC too, and they always show their face, but the difference here is I think she's a big star, and she does not want this image of her face battered and bruised out there.
Listen, it's both, but also you have to remember there is all kinds of things for surfacing the online, though, the websites of her face getting beat up badly.
Right,
though.
so people.
Why would she want to add extra to that?
And that's my point. My point is people have seen her face sort of like blanketed in blood and covered in split and stuff like that. They've seen that. What they haven't seen, though, is her reaction to it, and the Ronda Rousey that we knew before, not seeing her now, that's significant, man.
This wasn't the reaction of a martial artist. It was the reaction of a traumatized child who had been stripped of her only mechanism for receiving love. The silence was not a strategic choice. It was a symptom of a deep, unhealed wound. And then came the return. The Amanda Nunes fight in 2016 was supposed to be the exorcism. It was supposed to be the glorious moment she silenced the doubters and reclaimed her throne. Instead, it was a 48-second public execution. Nunes didn't just beat her. She exposed that in the 13 months since the Holm loss, Ronda had learned absolutely nothing about emotional resilience. She stood stiff, chin high, completely paralyzed by the trauma of the previous knockout. And when the referee waved it off, we saw the exact same pattern repeat itself. No interview, no handshake, no acknowledgement of the crowd. She walked out of the cage, walked out of the arena, and effectively walked out of the sport for a decade. She proved twice that she physically cannot exist in a space where she is not the alpha. She cannot inhabit a world where she is second best. So she ran to the one place where the outcome is predetermined: World Wrestling Entertainment. It seemed like the perfect sanctuary for a fragile ego. In the WWE, you don't lose unless the script says you lose. You are protected by the writers. You are a star because the company decides you are a star. But even in the controlled environment of scripted combat, the cracks in her mental armor began to show almost immediately. The wrestling fan base is notoriously fickle, a chaotic beast that cheers you one day and boos you the next. A thick-skinned performer rolls with the punches, leans into the heat, and plays the character to generate money. Ronda Rousey took it personally. When the fans turned on her, she didn't see it as part of the show. She saw it as a personal betrayal. She infamously went on a tirade, calling the fans ungrateful and explicitly stating, "Fa these fans." Dude, she couldn't handle the criticism. She couldn't handle the booing. Even in a fake fight, the rejection was too real for her to process. She left the WWE not as a conquered hero, but as a bitter, resentful antagonist who hated the very people who paid to see her perform. Which brings us to the terrifying present. May 16th, 2026. Ronda Rousey is 39 years old. She has spent the last 10 years surrounded by yes men, living on a farm, protecting her peace, and convincing herself that she left on her own terms. She has likely built a narrative in her head that the Holm and Nunes losses were flukes or bad camps or the result of media pressure. She has reconstructed her ego, brick by fragile brick, using the mortar of denial. And now she is risking it all against Gina Carano. But here is the trap. Gina Carano is not Amanda Nunes. She is not a prime, terrifying Brazilian striker who is actively destroying the division. Gina Carano is a 44-year-old woman who hasn't fought since George W. Bush was president. She is an actress. She is a political figure. In the eyes of the combat sports world, she is the safe fight. She is the tune-up. The narrative is that Ronda will march in, toss the Hollywood actress on her head, armbar her in the first round, and ride off into the sunset with her legacy restored. But what if she doesn't? What if the bell rings and Ronda rushes forward and she runs into a stiff jab? What if she can't get the takedown? What if the 17-year layoff doesn't matter because Ronda's own demons are fighting against her? Losing to the greatest female fighter of all time in Amanda Nunes is one thing. Losing to a retired actress who you were supposed to slaughter is a level of humiliation that Ronda Rousey's psyche is simply not equipped to handle. It destroys the pioneer argument. It destroys the bad camp excuse. It leaves her with with absolutely nowhere to hide, and this time, she cannot hide. This is Netflix. This is not a pay-per-view where the cameras cut to the next promo or the broadcast ends when the main event is over. This is a global streaming event with 300 million potential witnesses. If Ronda Rousey loses, she cannot put a pillow over her face. The cameras will linger. The internet will be instant and ruthless. The memes will be generated before she even stands up from the canvas. Imagine the scenario. The referee raises Gina Carano's hand. The crowd in Los Angeles, a crowd that might already be hostile due to her past comments, erupts. Joe Rogan, or whoever Netflix hires to hold the microphone, steps into the cage. He puts the mic in Ronda's face. What happens in that moment? Does she have the emotional maturity to say she was the better woman tonight? Or do we witness a live, unfiltered psychological collapse? Does she scream at the crowd? Does she storm out again, cementing her legacy as the sorest loser in the history of sports? Or worse, does she collapse inward, back to that dark place she described to Ellen DeGeneres? There is a very real, very dark possibility that Ronda Rousey is walking into an ambush of her own making. She is fighting for validation. She is fighting to rewrite the ending of her movie. But real life doesn't have a writer's room. Real life doesn't care about your redemption arc. The cage is a truth machine, and if the truth turns out to be that Ronda Rousey is no longer the best and perhaps never was as invincible as she believed, the fallout will not just be a loss on a record. It will be the final public shattering of a woman who never learned how to be anything other than a winner. The world is tuning in to see a fight, but the real drama isn't whether Ronda Rousey can break Gina Carano's arm. The real drama is whether Ronda Rousey can survive her own mind when the invincible mask finally slips for the last time. The psychological infrastructure of an elite athlete is usually built on a foundation of resilience, forged through thousands of small failures in the gym. But Ronda Rousey was never allowed to fail small. From the moment she entered the judo circuit, she was propelled by a singular, terrifying momentum. Her mother would wake her up in the middle of the night to drill arm bars, creating a Pavlovian response where safety equaled submission. This training method created a monster on the mats, but it created a ghost in the machine. It intertwined her ability to execute a technique with her ability to exist as a person. Most of us, when we have a bad day at work, go home to our families and realize that our job is just what we do, not who we are. Ronda Rousey never had that separation. When she lost to Holly Holm, she didn't just lose a belt, she lost her name. She lost the only thing that made sense to her. And for a decade, she has been trying to find a way to get it back without risking the pain of losing it again. That is why she went to WWE. That is why she went to Hollywood. She was searching for a venue where she could be a winner without the risk of being a loser. But the itch never went away. The voice in the back of her head that says, "You are nothing if you are not the champion," never stopped whispering. And that whisper has led her back to the one place she swore she would never go again, a real fight. But the variables have shifted in a way that makes this arguably more dangerous than the Nunes fight. Against Nunes, Ronda was the returning hero fighting the dragon. There was a built-in excuse if she lost. Nunes was a beast. Against Carano, Ronda is the dragon. She is the heavy favorite. She is the one with everything to lose. And the pressure of being the favorite is a completely different animal than the pressure of being the underdog. When you are expected to win, every second that passes where you haven't won feels like a failure. If the first round ends and Gina Carano is still standing, Ronda's internal monologue will begin to spiral. She will start to hear the crowd. She will start to remember Melbourne. The panic will set in, not because she is hurt, but because the script isn't going according to plan. And Ronda Rousey has never been good at improvisation. She is a creature of rehearsed dominance. When the dominance fails, the system crashes. We also have to consider the impact of the audience. The Intuit Dome will not be filled with the hardcore MMA fans of 2015 who revered her. It will be filled with a modern, internet-savvy crowd that remembers her exit. They remember the bitterness. They remember the WWE promos where she insulted them. They are not there to worship her. They are there to see a spectacle. And if the tide turns, if Gina Carano lands a heavy shot, that crowd will turn on Ronda with a ferocity that will make the boos of the past seem like applause. Can she handle 20,000 people laughing at her? Can she handle the visual of Elon Musk and his tech bro entourage sitting ringside, potentially cheering for her opponent? The sensory overload of a modern super fight is designed to break the weak. And while Ronda Rousey is physically strong, her emotional skin is paper thin. Furthermore, we must look at the preparation. Ronda has been training, yes, but has she been training her mind? Has she sat with a sports psychologist and unpacked the trauma of Melbourne? Has she learned how to decouple her self-worth from the result? Or has she simply hit pads and drilled throws, ignoring the rotting foundation underneath? The reports from her camp are always the same. She looks great, she looks sharp, she is a beast. But we heard the same thing before the Nunes fight. We heard that she was boxing like a pro. We heard that she was in the best shape of her life. And then the bell rang, and she looked like a deer in headlights. Physical preparation cannot fix a spiritual brokenness. If she hasn't done the ugly, painful work of healing her relationship with failure, she is walking into the cage with a loaded gun pointed at her own head. There is also the terrifying reality of what comes after. If she wins, she gets a moment of relief. But if she loses, the internet in 2026 is a far more cruel and efficient machine than it was in 2016. The memes will be generated by AI in seconds. The highlight reels of her defeat will be remixed and shared on TikTok before she even leaves the cage. Her breakdown will be content. Her tears will be monetized. She will become the face of failure for a new generation. And for a woman who once said she wanted to be remembered as the greatest of all time, becoming a punchline is a fate worse than death. This is why the purple pillow happened. She knew what was coming. She tried to hide from it, but you cannot hide from the internet. You cannot hide from Netflix. Ultimately, this fight is a morality play about the cost of greatness. We love to build our heroes up, but we love to watch them fall even more. And Ronda Rousey gave us the perfect tragic arc. She was the Icarus of MMA. She flew too close to the sun, fueled by arrogance and a mother's demanding love, and she crashed into the sea. Now, she is trying to build wings out of wax again. She is trying to fly one last time. But the sun hasn't gone anywhere. The heat is just as intense, and the fall from the Intuit Dome will be just as long and just as painful as the fall from Etihad Stadium. The question is not whether she can fight. The question is whether she can survive the fall if the wings melt again. When you watch the walkout on May 16th, look closely at her eyes. Don't look at the scowl. Don't look at the shadow boxing. Look at the eyes. Are they the eyes of a killer, or are they the eyes of a terrified woman who knows she is walking on a tightrope over a pit of vipers? The bravado will be there. The bad reputation song will play. She will storm to the cage, but inside, the little girl who just wanted her mother to be proud will be screaming. And if Gina Carano lands that first right hand, if the illusion shatters, we won't just be watching a fight. We will be watching the final public disintegration of the Ronda Rousey myth. And that is a spectacle that no amount of Netflix money can buy.
I think it's shameful, but I think she might feel ashamed,
Right,
because of
that's exactly it.
of her sort of reputation in the past and just how boisterous she's been and stuff like that. We've never seen a vulnerable version of her. We've seen the 15-second victory of her.
Guys, I see it differently. I see this as nothing to do with shame. It has to do with business. That if Ronda Rousey shows her face and it's complete, she's got black eyes, a split lip.
She's a fighter,
No,
though.
no.
Nobody's ever seen that image of her.
Let me finish my point. My point is not about fighting. My point is about she's a movie star, and she's a tough movie star. She
what
plays
movie
a
was she in
character.
last weekend?
You know what I'm saying.
No, she's a fighter first.
No,
That's my point.
But she's only going to be a fighter for a limited amount of time, and she wants to be a movie star, and she does not want that image, which is going to be front and center everywhere.
I think you're wrong that she wants to be. I think she wants to be a fighter first, and the movies come along with it. She doesn't want to be a movie star.
Well, actually, she did tell us the last time we talked to her that she felt like she couldn't fight forever when we talked to her on TMZ Sports, and that she would be moving on, looking to a more permanent role in film.
Fill in and. If there was I always fought on February's and August's and November's the worst times of the years to fight, because that's when they needed somebody to come in and pick up the numbers. So I wasn't somebody holding out to only fight on the
4th of July card or New Year's card, which are the best, viewer, the highest viewed of the year, I would do whatever was best for the company because that's what I promised, the role that I would fulfill. That was like the deal that I made when I came in. And, nobody else has to do that, but I felt like I owed it to Dana. I promised him I would be there anytime that he needed me, and I was.
If you could go back and give yourself advice on that day when you signed your UFC contract now, if you could time travel back to that Ronda and give her a little bit of advice, whisper in her ear, what would you say?
I wouldn't change anything.
If you aggressively zoom in on the official promotional poster for the impending May 16th Netflix broadcast, past the massive, culturally historic main event featuring Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, and past the terrifying co-main event presence of Francis Ngannou, you will immediately discover a deeply uncomfortable, highly toxic corporate narrative hiding in plain sight. The undercard of this $200 billion streaming spectacle is not simply a random assortment of preliminary, mixed martial artists assembled to fill television hours. It is a highly curated, heavily weaponized corporate graveyard built entirely out of Dana White's most vindictive, ego-driven mistakes. The executives at most valuable promotions and Netflix have meticulously constructed the foundation of their newly formed combat sports empire by actively raiding the Ultimate Fighting Championship's blacklist, actively transforming the exact fighters Dana White arrogantly threw away into massive, undeniable global assets. To fully comprehend the sheer magnitude of this unprecedented promotional heist, you must aggressively analyze the specific, horrifyingly petty reasons why these world-class athletes were unceremoniously exiled from the octagon in the first place, starting with the absolute most egregious, highly publicized contractual assassination in recent MMA history, the banishment of Muhammad Mokaev. Just 2 years ago, Muhammad Mokaev was the absolute, undeniable crown jewel of the UFC flyweight division. He was an undefeated, highly dominant, 23-year-old grappling prodigy who had successfully rattled off 7 consecutive, highly impressive victories inside the octagon. He mathematically possessed the second longest active winning streak in the entire history of the 125-pound weight class. He was undeniably, statistically, next in line for a title shot against Alexandre Pantoja. But at UFC 304 in Manchester, after effortlessly defeating top contender Manel Kape in a grueling, highly technical 3-round war, Dana White stepped up to the post-fight press conference podium and executed a cold, deeply malicious corporate execution. Without a single ounce of hesitation, White publicly announced that he was completely refusing to renew Mokaev's contract, explicitly stating that the matchmakers simply were not fans of his fighting style, and heavily implying that he was a massive, uncontrollable headache behind the scenes. White mockingly told the global media that the PFL was about to get a great, undefeated fighter, casually dismissing one of the absolute greatest young talents on the planet, entirely out of pure, unadulterated spite. The UFC executives deeply, arrogantly believed that by publicly humiliating Mokaev and entirely cutting off his access to the massive ESPN broadcast machinery, they were effectively permanently ending his trajectory as a global superstar. They assumed he would quietly fade away into the obscure regional circuits, serving as a terrifying, highly visible warning to the rest of the active roster. If you do not completely submit to the corporate narrative, and if you do not fight with the exact, reckless, brain-damaging style that generates viral social media clips, the UFC will violently erase your existence regardless of your undefeated record. But Muhammad Mokaev absolutely refused to fade into obscurity. He seamlessly transitioned back to the Brave Combat Federation, continued to violently finish his opponents, secured an inaugural world championship, and actively maintained his completely undefeated, pristine mixed martial arts record. And now, the undefeated Dagestani-British phenom is officially stepping into the massive, globally televised Netflix hexagon on May 16th to fight legendary former One Championship title holder Adriano Moraes. The optical juxtaposition is an absolute, terrifying nightmare for TKO Group Holdings. The massive 260 million subscriber streaming platform is aggressively providing the exact elite-level global spotlight that Dana White violently attempted to extinguish. And Mokaev is absolutely not the only victim of the UFC's impatient, heavily flawed corporate spreadsheet currently fighting on this card. Look closely at the heavyweight bout completely buried on the preliminary card, featuring legendary former UFC heavyweight champion Junior Dos Santos violently colliding with Rebellis Despain. Despain is an absolute terrifying biological anomaly. He is a 6'7" Cuban Olympic bronze medalist in Taekwondo, possessing an incredibly massive 84-inch wingspan, the absolute longest reach in the entire history of the UFC. When the UFC initially signed him, the global hype was absolutely astronomical. He delivered a spectacular, violent 18-second knockout over Josh Parisian in his highly anticipated debut at UFC 299, instantly becoming a massive viral sensation. But when the 36-year-old incredibly raw prospect predictably struggled with his defensive wrestling and suffered 2 grueling, unanimous decision losses to highly experienced veterans, the UFC completely panicked. Instead of actively investing in his incredibly rare, terrifying physical attributes and systematically developing his grappling defense, the UFC ruthlessly, impatiently cut him from the roster in October of 2024. The corporate bean counters mathematically decided that he was an unnecessary financial liability who failed to deliver immediate, effortless, highlight reel knockouts by aggressively scooping up Despain, Mokaev, and pairing them alongside massive, historically rebellious figures like Nate Diaz and Francis Ngannou. MVP is brilliantly, actively establishing Netflix as the ultimate, highly lucrative safe haven for disgruntled, underappreciated UFC talent. Francis Ngannou and Nate Diaz represent the absolute, undeniable blueprint for successful corporate rebellion. They prove to the entire global combat sports ecosystem that there is massive generational wealth waiting entirely outside the deeply restrictive, highly abusive confines of the Endeavor corporate contract. Jake Paul and Nakisa Bidarian are mathematically weaponizing the exact athletes that Dana White either threw away out of sheer petty frustration or desperately attempted to financially control through aggressive litigation and monopolistic matchmaking. They are building a massive, highly legitimate global roster entirely funded by the UFC's own arrogant mistakes. Every single time a highly skilled, undefeated contender is unceremoniously cut by the UFC for being too difficult to manage, or every time a massive, terrifying prospect is aggressively released after a single setback, the executives at Netflix are quietly, happily waiting at the exit door with a massive, open vault of streaming capital. The UFC completely, fundamentally believed that their absolute, iron-fisted monopoly allowed them to treat elite human athletes like highly disposable, easily replaceable corporate tissues. But the May 16th broadcast violently, undeniably proves that the Ultimate Fighting Championship is actively, carelessly bleeding its absolute best talent directly into the eager, highly funded arms of its most terrifying, mathematically superior rival. While the highly publicized acquisition of disgruntled UFC castoffs heavily dominates the mainstream American sports media narratives, the absolute most terrifying, deeply consequential maneuver on the entire May 16th Netflix card is completely hidden from the casual, uneducated viewing audience. The executives at most valuable promotions did not simply limit their massive global heist to the deeply frustrated remnants of Dana White's roster. They aggressively executed a highly targeted, multi-million-dollar corporate hijacking that completely shattered the fragile financial architecture of the entire European mixed martial arts ecosystem. When the official bout order for the Intuit Dome event was finally released, hardcore combat sports purists immediately fixated on a highly unassuming undercard bout featuring Kenneth Cross stepping into the cage against a 26-year-old French fighter named Salah Din Parnasse. To the completely uninitiated American viewer tuning in for Ronda Rousey, Salah-Din Parnasse is simply another name on the screen. But to the deeply educated, highly observant global MMA community, Salah-Din Parnasse is the absolute, undisputed crown jewel of European combat sports. He is widely, universally recognized as the Kylian Mbappé of French mixed martial arts, a terrifyingly skilled, highly dynamic prodigy who completely decimated the elite competition in Europe to become the incredibly rare, reigning double champion of KSW, holding both the featherweight and lightweight world titles simultaneously. To truly comprehend the sheer, unadulterated financial gravity of Parnasse's presence on the Netflix undercard, you must aggressively analyze the staggering, deeply, highly publicized economics of his recent contractual negotiations. Just 2 years ago, following the highly successful, massive KSW debut event in Paris, Salah-Din Parnasse officially entered the highly coveted waters of free agency. The global bidding war was absolutely unprecedented. The Ultimate Fighting Championship aggressively attempted to sign him, desperately wanting to utilize his massive, undeniable star power to completely sell out the Accor Arena for their annual UFC Paris broadcasts. The Professional Fighters League aggressively threw massive, highly lucrative offers at his management team, desperately hoping to secure the French phenom to legitimize their growing European expansion. But KSW, the incredibly powerful, highly dominant Polish mixed martial arts promotion that has successfully operated as a massive, highly profitable juggernaut for over 2 decades, absolutely refused to surrender their greatest asset. KSW executives aggressively backed up the proverbial Brinks truck, completely shattering the standard regional pay scale. They signed Salah-Din Parnasse to a massive, multi-fight contract that guaranteed him a staggering, heavily reported flat fee of $600,000 per fight. This is an absolutely astronomical, completely life-altering sum of money for an organization operating entirely outside of the massive American pay-per-view infrastructure. KSW heavily justified the massive, unprecedented expenditure by recognizing that Parnasse's immense, undeniable star power mathematically allows them to independently sell out massive 50,000-seat stadiums across Poland and France, generating tens of millions of dollars in live gate revenue and international broadcast rights. They essentially paid him UFC championship-level money specifically, explicitly, to keep him entirely away from the grasping hands of Dana White and Don Davis. But this massive, highly publicized $600,000 corporate victory for KSW makes the impending May 16th broadcast an absolute, terrifying nightmare for every single regional fight promoter on the face of the earth. The brutal, uncompromising reality is that MVP and Netflix did not sign Salah-Din Parnasse to heavily promote him as the massive global main event. They did not sign him to carry the entire massive financial burden of the broadcast. They casually, effortlessly opened their massive tech-driven checkbook and actively purchased KSW's most incredibly expensive, highly prized, absolutely untouchable superstar solely to fill out the preliminary portion of their fight card. They are paying a man who commands $600,000 a night strictly to act as the opening act for Francis Ngannou and Ronda Rousey. This singular, highly targeted contractual acquisition sends a deeply chilling, completely undeniable message to the executive boardrooms of every single combat sports promotion globally. If a massive, incredibly successful organization like KSW, operating with 20 years of deep, highly profitable domestic dominance, absolutely cannot financially protect their greatest, most highly paid superstar from being casually poached for a Netflix undercard, then absolutely no promotional contract on the planet is completely safe. Jake Paul and Nakisa Bidarian are aggressively, mathematically proving that the financial resources of the Netflix streaming revolution are completely, functionally infinite compared to the incredibly fragile, highly localized economics of traditional mixed martial arts promotions. They are demonstrating that if they successfully identify a highly talented, massively popular international superstar competing anywhere on the globe, they absolutely do not have to engage in a lengthy, highly stressful corporate bidding war. they will simply instantly, effortlessly outbid the entire net worth of the rival promotion, aggressively buy out the remaining contractual obligations, and seamlessly integrate the fighter into their massive global streaming ecosystem. The Parnasse problem is not simply an isolated, highly expensive matchmaking maneuver. It is a terrifying, massive declaration of absolute global financial supremacy. MVP is actively signaling to the entire international combat sports market that they are completely willing and financially capable of entirely strip mining the absolute best, most highly developed talent from every single major regional organization on the planet. They are actively transforming the deeply respected, highly successful promotions like KSW, Risen, and Cage Warriors into highly glorified, entirely unpaid developmental leagues, meticulously cultivating elite international talent only to have it violently, effortlessly stolen by the massive algorithmic gravity of the Netflix homepage the exact microsecond the fighter achieves true, undeniable global relevance. When you violently smash the deeply resentful, highly explosive reality of the Dana White blacklist directly together with the terrifying multi-million-dollar corporate aggression of the KSW hijacking, the true catastrophic magnitude of the May 16th Intuit Dome event finally materializes in stunning, deeply uncompromising high definition. The mainstream sports media, heavily blinded by the massive, nostalgic celebrity aura surrounding Ronda Rousey's unprecedented 17-year return and the brutal, terrifying novelty of Francis Ngannou stepping back into the cage, is completely failing to recognize the massive, invisible corporate war being waged entirely behind the scenes. This specific fight card is absolutely not just a fun, highly entertaining, one-off combat sports spectacle designed to briefly spike the social media algorithms. This broadcast is an incredibly aggressive, highly coordinated, heavily funded, hostile corporate takeover of the entire global mixed martial arts industry. The executives at most valuable promotions and the billionaire decision makers at Netflix are fundamentally, mathematically rewriting the absolute laws of combat sports economics in real time, actively proving that the highly restrictive, heavily guarded traditional business models that have completely dominated the sport for the last 3 decades are now entirely, violently obsolete. The Ultimate Fighting Championship and KSW are both massive, incredibly successful corporate entities that ultimately rely on the exact same heavily outdated foundational economic mechanics. Their entire massive corporate valuations are heavily, completely dependent on severely suppressing fighter wages in order to aggressively maximize live gate revenue, merchandise sales, and traditional pay-per-view buys. The UFC's massive endeavor spreadsheet requires them to constantly, ruthlessly underpay their active roster, forcefully relying on the sheer, undeniable prestige of the 3 letters painted on the canvas to blindly convince the fighters that the brutal, concussive, physical sacrifice is actually worth the severe financial exploitation. KSW relies entirely on their massive, highly localized domestic dominance, heavily banking on their unique, undeniable ability to consistently sell out massive 50,000-seat stadiums across Eastern Europe to barely afford the staggering $600,000 contracts required to retain their top-tier superstars. But the terrifying, uncompromising reality is that Netflix completely, fundamentally, does not care about selling highly expensive ringside tickets, and they absolutely do not care about aggressively forcing their audience to purchase an incredibly restrictive, highly expensive $89.99 pay-per-view. Netflix is operating with a completely unprecedented, massively superior financial architecture. They boast an incredibly massive, incredibly loyal global base of over 260 million active, paying subscribers who seamlessly generate billions of dollars in highly predictable, recurring monthly revenue. Their multi-billion-dollar war chest is effectively, mathematically infinite. By aggressively utilizing this massive, entirely unprecedented streaming infrastructure, MVP is successfully, violently bypassing the incredibly fragile, highly stressful economics of traditional fight promotion. They do not have to deeply worry about whether Saladin Parnasse can successfully sell enough pay-per-views in America to justify his massive contract. They do not have to completely panic if Mohamed Mokaev secretive decides to utilize a highly technical, heavily wrestling-based strategy that fails to generate a viral 18-second knockout. The immense, undeniable financial success of the May 16th broadcast is absolutely mathematically guaranteed the exact microsecond the massive, heavily branded promotional banners appear on the customized, heavily algorithmic Netflix home screens of millions of users worldwide. This massive, built-in global distribution network mathematically allows MVP to operate as the absolute ultimate, highly aggressive apex predator of the combat sports ecosystem. They possess the terrifying, unprecedented financial freedom to completely outbid Dana White for highly coveted, culturally significant legendary pioneers, effortlessly outbid KSW for current prime-aged European double champions, and seamlessly assemble a massive, incredibly dangerous international supercard entirely populated by highly motivated, highly skilled, stolen talent, completely in a single night. The old guard of the mixed martial arts establishment is currently operating in a state of absolute, unadulterated, deeply suffocating panic. For the last 20 years, Dana White and the massive corporate executives at the UFC genuinely, arrogantly believed that they were the absolute only viable, highly lucrative game in town. They deeply believed that their fiercely protected, highly litigious monopoly was entirely, completely bulletproof, but they entirely, catastrophically failed to mathematically account for the violent, unstoppable, multi-billion-dollar disruption of the streaming revolution. They entirely failed to realize that when a massive, incredibly aggressive tech giant decides to violently enter the live sports broadcasting arena, they do not simply attempt to compete within the established, highly restrictive rules of the game. They completely, effortlessly buy the entire board and aggressively rewrite the rules to heavily favor their massive, algorithmic superiority. The May 16th Netflix broadcast is not simply the heavily anticipated return of Ronda Rousey or the terrifying re-emergence of Francis Ngannou. It is the absolute, undeniable mathematical proof that the traditional, highly exploitative gate and pay-per-view era of mixed martial arts is completely, permanently dead, violently replaced by a cold, calculating, incredibly wealthy streaming algorithm that is actively, aggressively stealing the absolute greatest stars in the history of the sport right out from under the noses of the executives who arrogantly believed they owned them forever. The atmosphere surrounding the global combat sports calendar in the late spring of 2026 has violently mutated into a highly calculated, multi-billion-dollar corporate minefield. For decades, the Ultimate Fighting Championship has operated with absolute, unchecked impunity when scheduling their massive, historic pay-per-view events. Dana White and the TKO Group Holdings matchmakers would simply place a pin on the calendar, confidently plant their flag, and fully expect the entire combat sports ecosystem, the global sports media, and the fans' wallets to obediently fall directly into line. When the UFC announced their unprecedented, historic June broadcast scheduled to take place on the South Lawn of the White House, it was explicitly designed to be the absolute crowning corporate achievement of Dana White's entire lifetime. It was constructed to be the ultimate, undeniable flex of institutional legitimacy, a massive, globally televised spectacle proving that the UFC had permanently transcended cage fighting to become a pillar of mainstream American culture. But the executives at most valuable promotions, heavily backed by the terrifying, unfathomable financial infrastructure of Netflix, did not simply sit back and respectfully applaud the UFC's political milestone. Instead, Jake Paul and Nakisa Badarian, the former UFC chief financial officer who intimately understands every single structural vulnerability in Dana White's empire, looked at the June date and meticulously engineered the absolute most devastating, highly destructive timeline trap in the history of sports promotion. They did not attempt to counter-program the White House event on the exact same night. They executed a far more brilliant, deeply cynical strategy. They planted their massive, globally disruptive Intuit Dome event featuring Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, and Francis Ngannou on May 16th, positioning it perfectly, maliciously, just weeks before Dana White's legacy-defining broadcast. To fully comprehend the sheer, unadulterated strategic genius of this specific scheduling maneuver, you have to aggressively dissect the brutal, uncompromising mathematics of the modern consumer economy by placing the massive Netflix event in mid-May, MVP is executing a highly calculated, algorithmic vampirism designed to completely, violently drain every single ounce of cultural hype, media bandwidth, and financial resources directly out of the combat sports fan base, right before the UFC asks them to open their wallets. Netflix is dropping a monumental, historic, incredibly newsworthy combat sports spectacle directly into the living rooms of over 260 million global subscribers at absolutely no additional cost beyond their standard monthly fee. The casual viewing audience, the hardcore purists, and the mainstream sports media will be completely, suffocatingly consumed by the fallout of Rousey's return, Carano's cinematic comeback, and Ngannou's terrifying heavyweight violence. The cultural footprint of the May 16th broadcast will be absolutely astronomical, dominating the global trending algorithms for weeks. And then, as the dust finally begins to settle and the month turns to June, Dana White is going to step up to the podium and arrogantly demand that this exact same, deeply fatigued, thoroughly entertained global audience suddenly pay an exorbitant, highly restrictive $89.99 Paramount paywall fee just to watch a heavily diluted UFC roster fight on a patch of grass in Washington. The optical juxtaposition is an absolute, terrifying nightmare for the TKO corporate structure. MVP purposefully positioned their mega event to aggressively, publicly frame the UFC as a greedy, archaic, completely out-of-touch dinosaur. When you give the global audience a massive, premium, historic stadium show for free on a platform they already use every single day, the traditional pay-per-view model instantly looks deeply abusive and entirely obsolete. Jake Paul and Nakisa Badarian are mathematically forcing the global fan base to directly compare the two products. On one side, you have the modern, frictionless, massive-scale accessibility of the Netflix streaming revolution, heavily promoting absolute fighter freedom and massive, guaranteed 8-figure payouts for their undeniable superstars. On the other side, you have the incredibly expensive, highly restrictive, geographically isolated UFC White House event, heavily reliant on a dying pay-per-view model, featuring active champions who are fighting for a fraction of their true market value simply because Dana White refused to pay John Jones his actual worth. The May 16th Netflix shadow is designed to loom so incredibly large and cast such a massive, suffocating darkness over the industry that by the time the UFC White House fight week finally arrives, the global audience will be completely financially exhausted and deeply, cynically aware of the UFC's heavily manipulated corporate greed. It is the ultimate multi-million-dollar bait and switch, completely hijacking the cultural zeitgeist and ensuring that Dana White's greatest political achievement arrives feeling like an overpriced, heavily corporatized afterthought. This meticulously constructed timeline trap inevitably leads directly to the absolute most agonizing, deeply humiliating public relations disaster waiting for Dana White on the perfectly manicured grass of the South Lawn. The UFC White House press conference is supposed to be a highly sanitized, intensely guarded celebration of corporate prestige. Dana White envisions himself standing at the podium, flanked by the Secret Service, proudly looking out at a sea of respectful, compliant MMA journalists who will obediently ask him about the historical significance of the venue and the athletic brilliance of the fighters. But Dana White has entirely, fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the media that will actually be in attendance. This is not a standard Thursday afternoon at the UFC Apex in Las Vegas, surrounded by terrified, credential-dependent bloggers who are deathly afraid of losing their access. This event will be heavily populated by the ruthless, highly educated, fiercely independent mainstream political and financial press corps, reporters from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and massive global news syndicates do not care about the intricacies of the interim heavyweight title picture. They do not care about Alex Pereira's left hook or Cyril Gaines' footwork. They care about massive corporate disruption, labor disputes, and multi-billion-dollar tech narratives. And the absolute biggest, most highly viral sports business story on the planet that week will undoubtedly be the massive, staggering, flat-fee millions that Ronda Rousey and Francis Ngannou just legally extracted from Netflix while actively, publicly torching the UFC's entire business model. Imagine the sheer, paralyzing panic radiating through the TKO corporate communications team when the very first question at the historic White House press conference completely ignores the prestige of the event and aggressively pivots directly to the Netflix payouts. A mainstream financial reporter will stand up, look directly at Dana White, and explicitly ask him to financially justify why the UFC is demanding a massive pay-per-view fee from the American public when a rival tech company just proved that the traditional model is entirely unnecessary. They will aggressively ask Dana White to comment on Ronda Rousey's viral, highly damaging quote, calling the UFC the absolute worst place to go. But the true, devastating psychological torture of this press conference will not be inflicted on Dana White. It will be inflicted on the active UFC champions sitting completely silently on the stage next to him. Imagine Alex Pereira, the man who willingly stepped in to save the massive corporate broadcast when Jon Jones demanded his release, sitting in front of the global media and listening to reporters explicitly detail the astronomical, life-altering wealth that Francis Ngannou just secured outside of the UFC system. The active roster will be violently, publicly confronted with their own severe financial exploitation. They will be forced to awkwardly dodge questions about why they are bleeding for a massive corporate conglomerate on the White House lawn, while earning an absolute fraction of what retired, inactive fighters are making on a rival streaming platform. The optics will be utterly, completely catastrophic. The UFC champions, heavily dressed in their mandatory, heavily restricted corporate apparel, will suddenly look like deeply underpaid, highly disposable corporate pawns, uncomfortably shifting in their seats while the media openly mocks the promotion's compensation structure. Dana White's legendary, historically effective defense mechanism of aggressively bullying the reporter, calling the media stupid, and turning completely red in the face will completely, miserably fail in this specific, highly dignified environment. You absolutely cannot scream profanities at a Wall Street Journal reporter on the South Lawn of the White House, with the president potentially watching from the West Wing. White will be completely, suffocatingly trapped in a highly visible, highly restrictive cage of his own making, forced to swallow the brutal, uncompromising reality that his greatest promotional achievement has been entirely hijacked by the ghosts of his past. Jake Paul and Nakisa Badarian will have successfully, brilliantly weaponized the mainstream media against the UFC, transforming Dana White's ultimate victory lap into a deeply humiliating, highly publicized interrogation regarding antitrust lawsuits, corporate greed, and the massive, undeniably superior financial architecture of the Netflix streaming revolution. But the absolute terrifying climax of this multi-billion-dollar proxy war will not occur in the press room. It will be violently executed during the live global broadcast of the May 16th Netflix event itself. While the UFC executives desperately attempt to ignore the massive cultural explosion happening in Los Angeles, the true catastrophic nightmare scenario is currently being quietly orchestrated completely behind the scenes by the disgruntled superstars of the active UFC roster. We have heavily established that fighters like Jon Jones, entirely furious over his deeply insulting White House contract negotiations, and Arman Tsarukyan, incredibly bitter about being actively skipped over for a title shot as a punitive corporate measure, are currently operating on a deeply volatile, highly rebellious frequency. These men recognize that they hold immense, unprecedented athletic leverage, but they lack the massive, unignorable global platform to properly detonate their grievances. Netflix, recognizing the sheer, chaotic, viral potential of an active UFC mutiny, provides the absolute perfect, heavily guarded sanctuary for this unparalleled act of corporate treason. Imagine the sheer, unadulterated internet-breaking hysteria when the massive Netflix broadcast cameras slowly, deliberately pan across the star-studded front row of the Intuit Dome, moving past the Hollywood A-listers and the Silicon Valley billionaires, and suddenly, aggressively zoom in on the unmistakable, towering presence of Jon Jones, sitting completely relaxed, right next to Jake Paul. This would not be a simple, harmless celebrity cameo. This would be a highly weaponized, incredibly calculated act of corporate sabotage. In the deeply territorial, fiercely protective world of fight promotion, an active, undisputed UFC champion physically attending a massive rival event co-promoted by the promotion's absolute greatest enemies is an unforgivable, career-ending breach of protocol. But Jon Jones, a man who has already publicly demanded his unconditional release, simply no longer cares about the fragile, heavily damaged protocol of TKO Group Holdings. When the live Netflix microphone is inevitably, strategically handed to him in the middle of the global broadcast, beamed directly to 260 million completely free subscribers, Jones will have the absolute ultimate, unprecedented opportunity to bypass the heavily filtered, highly manipulated UFC media machinery. He will not politely wave to the crowd. He will look directly into the camera and explicitly, loudly reiterate his absolute demand for freedom. He will aggressively point to the cage, point to Francis Ngannou, and explicitly tell the entire global audience that the only reason the greatest heavyweight superfight in the history of human civilization is not happening is because Dana White and the Endeavor corporate spreadsheet are entirely terrified of paying the athletes their true market value. He will utilize the massive, multi-billion-dollar infrastructure of the UFC's greatest rival to violently, publicly hold the promotion hostage. And the absolute terrifying reality for Dana White is that Jon Jones will not be acting alone in this highly visible corporate jailbreak. The camera will pan just a few seats down, and the audience will see the intense, highly volatile face of Arman Tsarukyan, the #1 lightweight contender in the world, sitting proudly alongside the rebel faction. Tsarukyan, heavily insulated by extreme generational wealth and deeply enraged by the UFC's punitive matchmaking, will happily add his massive, highly relevant athletic credibility to the mutiny when the active, undisputed heavyweight king and the absolute most dangerous, prime-aged lightweight contender willingly, publicly align themselves with the MVP and Netflix ecosystem. The psychological foundation of the UFC's entire monopoly violently, irreversibly shatters. It mathematically and undeniably proves to every single active fighter trapped inside the heavily restrictive UFC locker room that the heavily guarded gates of the Endeavor corporate prison are completely an illusion. It demonstrates that if you possess true, undeniable, elite talent and the absolute courage to completely burn your bridge to Dana White, there is a massive, incredibly lucrative, highly supportive streaming alternative eagerly waiting to aggressively catch you. Dana White's absolute, unwavering obsession with securing the political spectacle of the White House event has created a massive, catastrophic blind spot that has left his actual, active roster completely, terrifyingly vulnerable to aggressive, highly organized poaching. He was so deeply, entirely consumed with projecting an aura of institutional legitimacy to the political elite and the Wall Street investors that he completely ignored the massive, boiling resentment of the human beings who actually generate the billions of dollars in television revenue. While Dana White was busy aggressively measuring the grass on the South Lawn and ensuring the lighting rigs looked perfect for the presidential photo op, Jake Paul, Nakisa Badarian, and the executives at Netflix were actively, meticulously stealing the absolute soul of his promotion. They recognized that a monopoly is only as strong as the psychological compliance of its labor force. By providing a massive, highly visible, undeniably superior financial alternative on May 16th, Netflix has successfully, violently broken that compliance. The live ultimatum delivered by Jon Jones and Arman Tsarukyan from the front row of the Intuit Dome will not simply be a viral social media clip. It will be the absolute, undeniable spark that ignites a massive, industry-wide labor revolution revolution. The Ultimate Fighting Championship will be violently forced to realize that in the modern, highly disrupted, algorithmically driven era of combat sports, the absolute prestige of fighting on the White House lawn is entirely, completely meaningless when the rival streaming platform is offering absolute freedom, generational wealth, and the total, uncompromising destruction of the dictator. The absolute final, catastrophic act of this multi-billion-dollar corporate tragedy does not take place inside a steel cage or at a chaotic press conference, but entirely behind the heavily fortified, soundproof glass of the Endeavor boardroom in Beverly Hills. While Dana White is violently absorbing the public humiliation of the massive May 16th Netflix broadcast, the true masters of the Ultimate Fighting Championship universe, CEO Ari Emanuel, and the TKO Group Holdings Board of Directors are staring directly into the terrifying abyss of a total Wall Street panic. The entire fundamental valuation of the TKO stock is inextricably tied to the absolute perception of unquestioned market dominance. Institutional investors and massive hedge fund managers poured billions of dollars into the Endeavor spreadsheet because they were explicitly promised a completely unassailable, highly predictable, and ruthlessly optimized sports monopoly. But as the streaming numbers from the Intuit Dome begin to violently flood the financial terminals on Monday morning, that massive, heavily guarded corporate illusion instantly shatters. When Wall Street analysts realized that Netflix seamlessly delivered a combat sports product featuring the biggest foundational stars of the UFC directly to 260 million global subscribers, generating astronomical cultural relevance without ever charging a restrictive pay-per-view fee, the immediate financial mathematics turn deeply, unforgivingly brutal for TKO. The analysts will aggressively look at the chaotic, rebellious state of the active UFC roster, heavily noting Jon Jones publicly demanding his release and Arman Tsarukyan actively sabotaging the promotional machinery, and they will collectively reach a chilling, undeniable conclusion. The UFC is no longer a monopoly. It is a highly vulnerable, severely aging corporate asset actively bleeding its absolute best talent to a vastly superior, highly funded, tech-driven competitor. The moment Jake Paul grabs the live microphone in the center of the Netflix hexagon, entirely bypassing the traditional media gatekeepers to explicitly invite every single disgruntled, underpaid UFC champion to simply walk across the street and become a multi-millionaire. He is not just cutting a professional wrestling promo, he is effectively ringing the absolute death knell for the TKO stock price. He is actively weaponizing the sheer, undeniable scale of the streaming revolution to violently crash Dana White's entire business model in real time. The massive institutional sell-off that inevitably follows this highly publicized corporate hijacking will immediately force Ari Emanuel into a deeply desperate, highly reactive corner. The Endeavor executives will ruthlessly realize that their fiercely protected, highly optimized strategy of aggressively suppressing fighter pay to maximize quarterly shareholder returns has catastrophically backfired, actively creating the exact massive disgruntled labor force required to completely fuel the rise of their ultimate streaming rival. The era of Dana White ruling the combat sports ecosystem with an absolute, terrifying iron fist is permanently over, violently replaced by a cold, calculating, and deeply terrified corporate boardroom frantically attempting to stop a multi-billion-dollar financial hemorrhage. The Netflix disruption has officially, successfully completed the ultimate corporate coups, and the greatest fight promoter in the history of human civilization is suddenly, tragically reduced to a helpless passenger trapped on a sinking, heavily corporatized ship, entirely at the absolute mercy of an algorithm he simply cannot intimidate. December 30th, 2016. That was the precise night the most intimidating, impenetrable aura in combat sports history catastrophically collapsed in front of a stunned global audience. When Ronda Rousey walked out of the T-Mobile Arena after a devastating 48-second defeat to Amanda Nunes, she didn't just lose a championship belt, she completely retreated from the realm of unscripted combat. She took her Olympic pedigree, her unprecedented mainstream stardom, and her deeply bruised ego, and sought refuge in the choreographed, heavily shielded universe of professional wrestling. For nearly a full decade, the combat sports ecosystem assumed the book on the Rowdy One was permanently closed. The media wrote her eulogies. The fans endlessly debated her legacy, but they severely underestimated the suffocating, unrelenting, competitive fire of a generational athlete. Now, at 39 years old, a mother and a heavily scrutinized icon, she is stepping out of the shadows and walking directly back into the fire. She is not returning for a scripted sports entertainment spectacle. She is preparing to lock herself inside a globally broadcast Netflix hexagon against the very woman who laid the foundation she stood upon, Gina Carano. The media is hyper-focused on Carano's extended 17-year layoff, completely ignoring the terrifying reality of what is currently happening behind closed doors in Southern California. Welcome inside the deeply secretive, incredibly grueling, and psychologically intense training camp of Ronda Rousey as she orchestrates the most highly anticipated redemption story in modern fighting history.
When I wake up in the morning, I have an alarm set on my phone, and I'll put little notes on my alarm. My note this morning was wake up gorgeous. And then sometimes it's get up champ. And so the first thing I see in the morning is something positive and a motivating compliment. Wake up gorgeous. Get up champ. Usually I'm back in the gym 2 days after a fight. I just don't know what else to do with myself. My mantra? No one has the right to beat me. And it's not something I repeat. It's probably something I'll say to myself once when I walk out of the locker room to go. It's all that needs to be said because it's believed. I'm not trying to convince myself of it. It's something I just know. Fighters are born, champions are made.
Yes, perfect.
Fighters are born, champions are made. When it comes to a fight, I think that the weeks leading up to it is the hardest part. I lay my head down at night and I just keep running through my head different ways that the fight can go. What if they come in and do this? What if this happens? What if this happens? And I'll go over and over and over again. And by the time I get into the octagon, I'm like, I've already played that fight out thousands and thousands of times.
Yes, beautiful.
To successfully mount a comeback of this massive, unprecedented magnitude, the very first phase of Rousey's camp had nothing to do with building stamina or lifting weights. It was a complete, agonizing behavioral detox. For years, Rousey's body has been strictly conditioned for the squared circle of the WWE. In professional wrestling, the objective is to work seamlessly with your opponent, protecting them from true damage, telegraphing your movements, and safely bracing for impact. In a real, unregulated mixed martial arts contest, those exact ingrained habits will get you knocked unconscious in a matter of seconds. Her coaching staff had to meticulously tear down nearly a decade of counterproductive muscle memory. They had to reprogram her central nervous system to stop protecting the opponent and start destroying them again. The first month of this secretive camp was dedicated entirely to restoring her killer instinct. Trainers instituted intense, unpredictable reaction drills. They forced her to break the instinct of bracing for a scripted fall, rewiring her brain to slip, angle, and return fire with devastating intentions. Her trainers brought in elite, highly aggressive kickboxers who were instructed not to hold back. They threw heavy, untelegraphed combinations at her face, forcing her to rediscover the split-second reflexes required to survive in a chaotic, unchoreographed environment. It was a brutal, frustrating transition. There were days of immense friction, moments where the old performance habits flared up, but the relentless repetition eventually forged a massive breakthrough. The scripted performer was slowly stripped away, and the Olympic savage underneath was finally allowed to breathe.
Yeah, no, you predicted the leg sweep. I didn't think you were like, screw that.
Once the fundamental fighting instincts were restored, the camp immediately shifted to solving the most critical vulnerability that ended her UFC run, her striking defense. The entire world watched Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes exploit Rousey's tendency to march straight forward with her chin exposed. Her head movement was non-existent. Her footwork was strictly linear. Gina Carano and her Las Vegas camp are banking their entire multi-million-dollar purse on that exact historical flaw. They expect Rousey to charge forward blindly, directly into a heavy right hand. To counter this glaring weakness, Rousey has entirely overhauled her stand-up architecture. She is not trying to become a world-class kickboxer at 39 years of age. She is engineering a sophisticated, highly evasive delivery system for her grappling. Her new striking coaches have implemented a strict regimen focused entirely on lateral movement, level changes, and slipping off the center line. She is endlessly drilling the mechanics of dropping her elevation beneath a jab, cutting a sharp angle to the blind side, and seamlessly transitioning into the clinch. The goal is to cross the kill zone, the dangerous space where Carano's long Muay Thai strikes are most effective, without absorbing catastrophic cranial trauma. Every single session on the focus mitts is dedicated to defensive responsibility, hands glued to the cheekbones, chin tucked tightly to the chest, eyes constantly scanning the target. By transforming herself into a moving, elusive target, she is systematically neutralizing Carano's greatest weapon before the strike is even thrown. She is learning to use feints and false entries to draw out Carano's counterstrikes, purposely triggering the Pioneer's offense only to duck underneath it. It is a highly cerebral approach to striking, entirely abandoning the reckless brawling style that defined her later championship fights. But the true, uncompromising danger of Ronda Rousey does not live in her boxing gloves. It lives in her grips. Once she successfully crosses that distance and lays her hands on her opponent's fabric, the fight enters a realm where Rousey is historically untouchable. To ensure her legendary judo translates perfectly after a decade away from the cage, her grappling camp has been nothing short of a medieval torture chamber. Rousey has gathered a room full of world-class, heavy-hipped Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belts and elite collegiate wrestlers. These massive training partners are specifically chosen for their ability to scramble, frame heavily, and aggressively deny the clinch. Her coaches know that Carano has spent her entire camp learning to fight off the grip and maintain distance. Therefore, Rousey is rigorously drilling secondary and tertiary takedown chains. If Carano successfully blocks the initial head and arm throw, Rousey is already transitioning to an inside trip. If Carano sprawls heavily against the chain link fence, Rousey is chaining the sequence into a devastating Harai Goshi or a seamless Uchimata. It is a relentless, suffocating wave of pressure. The mat sessions are exhausting, grueling affairs designed to build an impenetrable cardiovascular base for her grappling.
Good job.
Pretty, isn't it?
Let's get the back up. Let's go up that one. All right, Jesse. Yeah, that was some Ricky stuff, huh? Such a very catching feet, cross by one.
That was me. I never did that, Gina. That was you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It looks great.
Sitting up, that was all you. I never did that.
Now throw your left hook after that. Yep. Hold on, right there. You're the one. Left hand. Oh, nice. One more minute. Right, now you're going to slip. Just pivot. You're right here. Hold on. It's time.
She is forcing larger, stronger opponents to carry her body weight for round after agonizing round, simulating the exact exhausting pressure she intends to drown Carano in. The muscle memory of her Olympic days has not faded. It has simply matured, becoming more patient, more incredibly precise, and vastly more dangerous. Yet, the heaviest battles fought in this Southern California facility are not happening on the wrestling mats or the heavy bags. They are occurring deep within the complex, heavily guarded psychological terrain of Rousey's mind. To step back into the cage is to willingly confront the most agonizing trauma of her professional life. The knockout loss to Holm was a global spectacle that fundamentally shattered her identity. The barrage from Nunez forced her into exile. The internet was merciless, mocking the very woman who built the empire they were watching. Returning to that exact, highly scrutinized environment requires an emotional fortitude that borders on the superhuman. Her inner circle has constructed a camp that actively confronts this mental friction. There is no coddling. There are no yes men. Her sports psychologists and head trainers have forced her to watch the tape of her defeats, dissecting the failures with cold, clinical precision. She had to sit in the dark and watch her aura break over and over until the footage no longer elicited panic, but pure, calculated, analytical focus. They simulated the blinding lights, the deafening crowd noise, and the suffocating pressure of a massive arena right inside the gym.
The cool thing was just the theme of this camp has just been all about healing, you know, like mentally and physically, and we just hit it hard. Super long marathon session in the beginning of the day and spend the whole rest of the day on healing, you know, and it's really cool because at the end of a training you're like, oh, I have another one later. You're like, let's go do some recovery. And this is the only part that really sucks. The rest of it's pretty cool. But then you feel good about yourself afterward.
By routinely exposing her to the exact triggers that once caused her immense anxiety, they have forged an emotional armor that is impenetrable. She has accepted her past failures not as a permanent definition of her legacy, but as the necessary, painful lessons required to evolve. The fear of getting hit, the fear of public humiliation, has been entirely replaced by a cold, calculating determination to rewrite her final chapter on her own terms. This profound mental resilience is heavily fueled by the deep, undeniable friction that exists between these two pioneers. Make no mistake, this Netflix mega fight is not a friendly exhibition between two retired legends looking for a nostalgic paycheck. It is a deeply personal clash over the true, undisputed throne of women's combat sports. Gina Carano was the very first face of the sport, the woman who proved female fighters could draw a massive television rating and headline line and arena. But Ronda Rousey is the woman who broke down the heavily guarded doors of the UFC, forced Dana White to change his mind about women in the octagon, and generated billions of dollars in corporate valuation. There is an unspoken, heavy resentment regarding who truly deserves the ultimate historical credit. Carano's camp firmly believes Rousey took the foundation Gina built and reaped all the massive mainstream rewards. Rousey's inner circle believes Carano abandoned the sport just as the competition was getting incredibly difficult, retreating to Hollywood and leaving Ronda to do the heavy lifting of dragging the sport into the global mainstream. This camp is fueled by Rousey's burning desire to prove that her Olympic pedigree and dominant championship reign completely supersede Carano's pioneer status. She is training with the sheer fury of a reigning queen, defending her legacy against a predecessor she believes lacks the true, gritty fabric of a modern world champion. Furthermore, this return is an act of sheer corporate rebellion. The traditional promoters heavily restricted their pay, chewed them up, and discarded them the exact microsecond they lost their invincible auras. Jake Paul, Most Valuable Promotions, and the massive tech-driven checkbook of Netflix completely outmaneuvered the old guard. They utilized their massive streaming architecture to offer these two discarded legends unconditional, 8-figure flat fees. Rousey is entirely weaponizing her corporate resentment, turning a massive multi-billion-dollar establishment betrayal into raw, explosive judo throws. This isn't just about a massive Netflix payday. It is about establishing, once and for all, the undisputed hierarchy of women's mixed martial arts, while securing the generational wealth she was denied during her historic title run.
This is not just the biggest women's fight of all time. This is the biggest MMA fight of all time. It's going to get the most views on the biggest platform, on a card with the biggest stars, and it was all assembled by and will be headlined by two women who dare to dream big. And this dream is going to bring more opportunities and greater revenue share to fighters than they've ever had before, because this fight is bigger than just me and Gina, and it's bigger than anybody on this stage. It represents an unstoppable force of change in this industry, spearheaded by the fighters themselves. Bet your ass this is the biggest MMA fight of all time, Barton Ryan.
As the final grueling days of this historic training camp slowly tick down, the atmosphere inside Rousey's facility is suffocatingly intense. The Hollywood distractions are gone. The WWE theatrics have been burned away. The external noise of the media questioning her chin, her age, and her heart has been completely shut out. What remains is a 39-year-old mother, a decorated Olympic medalist, and a former undisputed bantamweight champion who has meticulously rebuilt her body and her mind for one final, definitive war. She has purged the bad habits, revolutionized her striking defense, sharpened her world-class grappling to a razor's edge, and conquered the dark ghosts of her past. Gina Carano is expecting to fight the hesitant, broken version of Ronda Rousey that stumbled out of the octagon in 2016. Carano's entire strategy relies on Rousey panicking at the first sign of adversity. But what Carano is going to encounter inside that massive hexagon is a completely different, highly evolved predator. The world is about to witness the culmination of a decade of silent plotting, grueling reinvention, and relentless psychological healing. The stage is set. The Netflix cameras are rolling. On May 16th, the Rowdy One returns to claim exactly what she believes is hers, and she will not be denied.
And I had a friend of mine tell me, I think a mutual friend now, that he asked me, what's the best way to train for a marathon? He said, that's to sign up for a marathon.
Amen.
Yeah, and so I think we both needed this. We needed this goal, and I think it's the exact perfect time that it needed to happen. I'm glad it didn't work out before, because before it would have just been something to us, but now this means something to the entire industry.
Behind the scenes here, Jackson Media House, behind the brand, watching Gina Carano train to smash Ronda Rousey in the first round. Yeah, a little slip two down the middle. It's gonna be insane.
It's chain fighting. It's chain reaction. There's a lot of chain movement.
To successfully engineer a comeback of this massive, multi-million-dollar magnitude, you absolutely cannot simply dust off the old, archaic playbooks from the 2009 Strikeforce era. The mixed martial arts ecosystem has violently, mathematically evolved over the last 2 decades. The pacing is incredibly faster, the striking is vastly more sophisticated, the footwork is entirely optimized, and the grappling transitions are completely seamless. For Gina Carano, the first 3 weeks of this secretive, highly guarded Las Vegas training camp were absolutely not about specific tactical adjustments, complex game plans, or highly publicized media obligations. They were an absolute, unadulterated biomechanical war against her own aging body. At 44 years old, the human central nervous system microscopically, undeniably slows down. The incredibly explosive, fast-twitch muscle fibers required to successfully launch her signature, devastating Muay Thai combinations have mathematically, biologically decayed. The incredibly dense, microscopic bone calcification required to successfully absorb the sheer kinetic force of a professional mixed martial arts contest has entirely softened during her long, comfortable tenure in the film industry. Her head strength and conditioning coaches have instituted a terrifying, high-velocity regimen specifically designed to aggressively shock her cardiovascular system back into absolute prime operational capacity. From 8 in the morning until 6 at night, Carano is subjected to grueling, high-altitude sprint protocols, dense medicine ball impact conditioning, heavy resistance sled pushes, and incredibly agonizing, high-volume sparring sessions. The objective is incredibly simple and deeply brutal. Push the pioneer to the absolute brink of total physical collapse every single day. They are completely draining the lactic acid from her muscles and forcing her heart rate into the absolute red zone, ensuring that the massive adrenaline dump of fighting in front of 260 million global Netflix subscribers does not entirely paralyze her central nervous system. They are actively, violently digging through 17 years of accumulated rust to unearth the absolute killer that resides underneath. And it is entirely, undeniably working. As the camp violently bleeds into its final weeks, the absolute snap is slowly, undeniably returning to her legendary right cross. The heavy, thudding impact of her lead leg roundhouse kick is once again echoing through the sterile gym walls, violently shaking the heavy leather bags. But to guarantee her survival, Carano has aggressively sought out the absolute elite grapplers of the modern era to completely rebuild her defensive architecture. The highly publicized footage of Carano training with former UFC bantamweight champion Merab Dvalishvili sent absolute shockwaves through the combat sports community. Merab is renowned for his absolutely terrifying, mathematically impossible cardiovascular gas tank and his relentless, suffocating chain wrestling pressure. By actively placing herself on the mats with one of the most highly optimized male grapplers on the planet, Carano is forcing her hips and her central nervous system to rapidly adapt to a level of velocity and pressure that Ronda Rousey cannot possibly match. However, raw physical conditioning, an optimized cardiovascular gas tank, and heavily renewed striking power are absolutely meaningless if the tactical architecture is fundamentally flawed. Gina Carano was historically an elite, world-class Muay Thai striker who heavily relied on aggressive forward pressure, overwhelming volume, and a complete willingness to engage in the pocket. But on May 16th, she is violently colliding with an Olympic bronze medalist who possesses the absolute most terrifying, mathematically unstoppable clinch-to-armbar transition in the entire history of the bantamweight division. If Carano recklessly marches forward into the pocket, like it is 2008, entirely exposing her hips and torso, she will be violently thrown through the air and have her elbow joint hyperextended in a matter of incredibly agonizing seconds. The entire tactical foundation of Carano's camp has been completely, meticulously re-engineered around absolute distance management, lateral movement, and anti-grappling footwork. She is endlessly, agonizingly drilling the exact, microscopic biomechanical defenses required to survive the initial clinch entry. She is actively learning to weaponize her vastly superior striking reach, heavily utilizing stiff, blinding jabs and devastating inside calf kicks to entirely destroy Rousey's forward momentum before the Olympic judoka can ever successfully secure a grip on her fabric. It is a highly cerebral, entirely mathematical game of physical chess. Carano's coaching staff knows with absolute, undeniable certainty that Rousey's greatest historical vulnerability is her striking defense when forced to constantly backpedal and absorb straight punches. If Carano can successfully, flawlessly defend the initial terrifying judo entries in the first 3 minutes, completely denying the takedown and aggressively framing off, the psychological tide of the massive mega fight will violently, irreversibly shift in the Pioneer's favor. But the absolute most grueling, heavily contested battleground of this entire historic training camp is not happening on the wrestling mats. It is happening entirely inside the deeply complex, highly guarded psychological architecture of Gina Carano's mind. Returning to absolute combat after 17 years of highly protected Hollywood comfort requires a massive, deeply terrifying emotional recalibration. She has to actively, willingly embrace the absolute chaos of violence once again. She has to make peace with the horrifying, deeply suppressed memory of the Chris Cyborg loss, the exact moment her invincible aura was permanently, violently shattered in front of millions of viewers on primetime television.
Forward side. Now Cyborg on top of Carano. Carano pulls her into half guard. Cyborg trying to split it and mount.
Carano doing a good job of using her foot there for leverage, wanting to push away.
She's got to get her head further out of that cage now. She's caught a little arm out there.
Americana.
And no, getting pounded. She better watch out. Cyborg, it's over.
Oh, wait a minute, the bell.
That was at the bell.
Was that?
It looks like it's over.
He stopped it at the bell.
You do not just take nearly 2 decades off, completely detach from the sport, transition into acting, and suddenly walk back in against a highly motivated Ronda Rousey without severe psychological friction. The cage-side anxiety, the blinding, cinematic lights, the sheer suffocating pressure of a global Netflix broadcast reaching over 200 million subscribers, it mathematically paralyzes younger, highly active fighters. If Gina's mind breaks during that incredibly long, highly pressurized walkout to the hexagon, if she suddenly remembers exactly how much getting violently punched in the bare face actually hurts, she is going to be absolutely slaughtered on live global television. To actively combat this terrifying mental fragility, Carano's camp has deliberately, maliciously manufactured absolute psychological adversity inside the gym. The sparring sessions are completely unsimulated wars. Her coaches are actively yelling, violently pushing the Pioneer past her physical comfort zones, entirely attempting to break her spirit completely behind closed doors so that it mathematically cannot be broken inside the massive Intuit dome. They are aggressively forcing her to remember the absolute savage, highly dangerous gladiator she was before the movies, before the red carpets, and before the massive mainstream fame entirely softened her absolute edges. During her recent, highly publicized sit-down interview at the Jackson Media House, the global audience finally caught a glimpse of the absolute mental transformation actively taking place. Carano did not speak with the highly manicured, carefully guarded tone of a Hollywood actress. She spoke with the cold, incredibly calculating, and deeply aggressive tone of a veteran prizefighter who has entirely re-embraced the violence. When she publicly responded to the incredibly toxic, highly controversial comments made by Sean Strickland regarding her age and relevance, she did not flinch. She actively promised that she and Ronda were going to walk into the Netflix hexagon and violently beat the shit out of each other.
You know, I've got Ronda Rousey professing to the world that, like, I inspired her to do this, and I mean, come on, that is very special. That is a very special statement. So, I mean, as much as we're going to beat the shit out of each other, we're also, I mean, we wouldn't respect each other if we didn't bring our best.
In the history of sports, how do you feel about still hearing comments like the one-shot Strickland's recently made about you guys? Who? The UFC fighter.
Which one? What's his name?
Strickland?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I think that, like, don't you guys want, like, women in your country who are like, all right, the man's a man, and I think we should build up men to be men. but don't you want some Viking ass women in your country to be like, I'm gonna defend the house, I'm gonna defend my kids, I'm gonna defend myself at the gas station if I need to. Like, you want your nieces and your daughters. Sean Strickland would too. You know, like you want to be able to be a woman and be able to defend yourself. And I think what we represent up here is doing that. And so I think he's got a little bit twisted. I don't really pay attention to him or his like words. I think they're sadly coming from a hurt place. And hurt people hurt people. And I think that he's being exploited a bit, and that pain is on full display. And you know, all you can really do is just pray for feeling it.
Gina.
And the psychological transformation is absolutely, undeniably manifesting. The heavily guarded, deeply anxious celebrity who walked into the gym on day one has been completely, permanently eradicated. In her place stands an incredibly hardened, intensely focused, and deeply dangerous 44-year-old veteran who has actively transmuted her massive historical trauma into pure, unadulterated, highly weaponized competitive spite. This deep, completely undeniable spite is entirely fueled by the incredibly dark, highly exploitative financial history of the mixed martial arts industry. Gina Carano is actively utilizing this brutal camp to prepare for the ultimate, highly visible corporate revenge.
Earlier on, you weren't necessarily game planning for your fights.
No.
You were just training, and then you'd go and take a fight, and you're out there fighting instinctively.
That's what we did. I mean, from the moment I started, we go to smokers. And it was just like, you show up, you fight whoever's in that gym. I remember showing up one time to a smoker, and there was this like dude that like very intimidating, you know, weighing in at probably like 165, and I was like down at like 145 at that time, or around 115. At smokers, you just fight like the person that's there, and then the dude turned around, it was a girl, and I was like, oh shit,
wow,
that's like the only person in my weight class. And it just ended up being kind of like a funny thing where, you know, she did a long Ramoy, 15 minutes, and like I hit her twice and kicked her twice, and she got out of the ring. Remember, she got out of the ring and walked out of the smoker, and me and like Master Chan and Kevin, we were all just like sitting there like, just happened. Goes to show you never like judge a book by its cover. But like, no, nobody's ever game planned me. We're game planning now, and you know, my favorite line that John says is, "Don't do stupid." He's like, yes, no, don't do stupid. And I'm like, okay, don't do stupid, you know? So, I mean, it's really cool to actually have a game plan for this fight, for this specific opponent.
Gina Carano built the entire cultural infrastructure. She was the one who violently hacked through the jungle so that women could eventually headline pay-per-views. Yet, while she carried the immense financial weight of a massive corporate empire, the traditional promoters heavily restricted her pay, violently chewed her up, and completely discarded her when the next generation arrived. This massive Netflix broadcast is absolutely not just a highly anticipated sporting event. It is the ultimate, highly calculated, heavily funded corporate hijacking. Jake Paul, Most Valuable Promotions, and the massive tech-driven checkbook of Netflix completely outmaneuvered Dana White and TKO Group Holdings. They utilized their massive streaming architecture to offer this discarded legend a massive, unconditional, 8-figure flat fee. They are completely bypassing the highly restrictive, entirely monopolistic pay-per-view business model to deliver ultimate financial reparations. Gina Carano is training with the absolute, terrifying fury of a woman who actively realizes she possesses the unprecedented, highly visible opportunity to finally secure the massive, undeniable generational wealth she was completely denied by the establishment a decade ago. She is entirely weaponizing her corporate resentment, turning massive, multi-billion-dollar betrayal into raw, explosive, striking power. As the absolute final days of this historic, biologically unprecedented training camp aggressively tick down, the atmospheric pressure entirely surrounding the global combat sports ecosystem is incredibly dense. Gina Carano has successfully, mathematically pushed her aging body through absolute physical hell. She has completely rebuilt her biomechanics, entirely re-engineered her strategic architecture to completely neutralize the judo threat, and violently conquered her own deepest, most terrifying psychological demons. She is entirely, uncompromisingly ready for absolute war. Ronda Rousey is stepping into that massive, globally televised hexagon entirely expecting to utilize her Olympic pedigree to effortlessly steamroll a rusty, aging Hollywood actress and secure her ultimate redemption. But what she is actually going to violently collide with is an incredibly prepared, deeply motivated, and highly technical pioneer who has spent the last entirely agonizing 12 weeks aggressively preparing a devastating, highly concussive response. The biological clocks have completely run out. The restrictive corporate politics of the old era are entirely dead and buried. The absolute largest streaming platform in human history has officially locked the cage door. On May 16th, the absolute greatest pioneer in the history of female combat returns to the fire, and she is bringing absolute hell with her.
John, can you kind of walk us through what that training camp has looked like for this fight? I mean, this is a big fight, and obviously a little bit of rust and coming back into the gym and looking amazing. And like I said, we saw all the videos. Like, what does this camp look like? How is it different?
The awesome part about this is we had plenty of time. So this wasn't like a rushed deal. So we've been kind of really taking the steps to make sure that, one, we're getting back in, getting to the fight happy and as healthy as we can is number one. There's no sense in busting our asses if we, hurt ourselves and don't get to the fight. So doing it the right way and kind of taking a little bit more of a, strategic approach on how we prepare for this, but definitely, there's layers to this because we've had what, 4 months that we've talking about this or more, where we started kind of, okay, we're going to do this portion, this phase, get the body back acclimated. And as we're going, we're just adding more and more and kind of taking some things out. We brought in a lot of great people, Chris Brennan, Tyler Brennan, Lucas Brennan.
Oh man, the Brennans,
the Brennans,
those guys are people to watch out for.
High level black belts and fighters that are now running our jiu-jitsu program at Syndicate. And
you
working with her.
look across the gym and you'll see one of the Brennans just like murdering someone.
They're
animals. They are amazing.
Yeah. So we've got a great group of people. We've got fortunately a lot of great judo, black belts and judo people, even Marab, has a judo background.
Yeah.
Brought him
I got to stand across from Marab the other day.
I mean, that's a pretty good training partner.
It was, I just like standing across from him. I don't get really starstruck.
We're acclimated and we're ready to go.
Maybe we should do Vegas like this.
He's the predator for a reason, and it doesn't take much. He's very smart. He understands his body very well. So technique-wise, it makes my life a lot easier. He understands technique and stuff. So when I can really put something on him, I can put it on him hard, and it's not going to affect anything. And he's really just a real true competitor. And so when I'm like, well, I need this many rounds in 30, 45 minutes, and he just goes and he just always tries to outdo what I say.
As long as the program for this camp, one of the biggest one was like to have a strong base, a strong stand, work on my quad to have a good stand. Also like work in order to like have a good footwork, which include like all the low body workout, the movement and everything, the cardio conditioning.
Allez, bien. Voilà, on sort de l'axe. Oui. Allez, 5 secondes. 5. Allez, 2, 1, relâche. On se déplace, c'est ça, on sort de l'axe.
To truly comprehend the sheer complexity of this current training camp, you have to realize that transitioning back from elite-level professional boxing to championship-level mixed martial arts is not simply like riding a bicycle. It is a grueling, systemic overhaul of a fighter's entire kinetic chain. For the last 24 months, Ngannou's central nervous system was heavily conditioned to stand tall, plant his feet firmly into the canvas, and throw looping power shots while relying on the massive 10-ounce gloves for a high guard. In the unyielding environment of a steel cage, that exact stance is a definitive death sentence. Standing tall and heavy on the lead leg leaves the calf completely exposed to devastating bone-bruising kicks. Furthermore, a high, narrow boxing stance opens the hips to immediate, debilitating double-leg takedowns. At Extreme Couture in Las Vegas, head coach Eric Nixick and striking guru Dewey Cooper have initiated a ruthless, unapologetic teardown of Ngannou's boxing posture. The first month of this grueling camp was not about building concussive power. It was a frustrating, meticulous process of widening his base and lowering his center of gravity. His coaches are relentlessly forcing him to widen his stance, keeping his hips heavy and his hands disciplined. The heavy thudding sounds echoing through the gym aren't just from focus mitts. They are the sounds of Ngannou drilling the sprawl. Thousands of repetitive, exhausting motions, dropping his sprawling weight onto fresh, energetic collegiate wrestlers, ensuring his hips are perfectly calibrated to defend the level change. He is actively unlearning the highly lucrative habits that made him millions solely to survive the grim, multi-dimensional reality of cage fighting.
Fight that we knew that was on the horizon, so there was no excuse not to be in the gym. Which the nice thing is we don't have to build like this base layer of cardio. The cardio and everything else has already been set from all the work he's been putting in with Kyler, with the PI, and then his training. So he's never really skipped a beat, so we're not like having to restart from square one, which is a relief for me as a coach.
This systemic, mechanical overhaul is entirely necessary because of the specific, unique threat standing across the cage from him. Philippe Lins is not a flashy, trash-talking superstar who will carelessly rush into a wild, undisciplined brawl. He is a hardened, battle-tested Brazilian veteran, a former PFL heavyweight tournament champion, and a legitimate Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt who thrives in the grueling, suffocating mud of a long, drawn-out fight. Lins possesses a granite chin, incredibly heavy hands, and a distinct lack of fear regarding Ngannou's aura. He is the archetypal trap opponent. If Ngannou enters the cage hunting for a quick, viral 10-second knockout, throwing wide, undisciplined hooks with his chin in the air, Lins has the exact grappling pedigree to duck under the heavy leather, secure a body lock, and drag the heavyweight king into deep, exhausting waters. Ngannou's inner circle is acutely aware of this stylistic nightmare. They are preparing for a grueling, 25-minute war of attrition. The training partners imported into Las Vegas for this camp are not just giant stationary kickboxers. They are stout, heavy-hipped, Division I caliber grapplers specifically instructed to crowd Ngannou's personal space. They are aggressively pushing him against the chain-link fence, hanging their entire body weight on his neck, and forcing him to fight his way out of the dirty clinch. The primary goal is to drain the oxygen from his lungs in a controlled environment, pushing his cardiovascular threshold to the breaking point. In a boxing ring, when fighters clinch, the referee steps in and separates them, offering a brief moment of respite. In the PFL Smart Cage, the clinch is where careers are brutally shortened. Ngannou is spending hours drilling wall walks, fighting for underhooks, and utilizing precise framing techniques. He is preparing for a fight that likely won't be won with a single, spectacular uppercut in the center of the canvas, but rather through grueling, methodical cage control, exhausting defensive grappling, and punishing short elbows.
When you're hitting the bag, right? I see you hitting when you walk. I want you to do like this. Boom, 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 boom. You keep for boom, 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 boom. How long you can do that? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The combination, boom, like punch. Boom, 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 boom. The bag is gonna be in trouble.
You can miss. You were doing boom, boom, boom. You can miss.
I'm a pro. I never miss. It's straight. 1, 2, straight. 1, oh. Yeah. Get closer to the bag. Jab, get closer.
Huh? Closer?
Jab, when jab you, boom, boom. Punch through the bag. Make it more subtle. Make it not like boom, boom. Make it like boom, 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 boom. You feel like this? Boom, 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 boom.
Beyond the structural and mechanical transformation, the most significant battle taking place inside this training camp is entirely psychological. Francis Ngannou has already achieved his ultimate lifelong goal. He walked away from the grueling sand mines of Cameroon, conquered the UFC heavyweight division, fought the corporate establishment for his freedom, and won the ultimate prize. He has secured his family's future for generations. He has nothing left to prove to the critics, the promoters, or the fans. This raises a terrifying, unspoken question that his coaches must confront every single morning. Where does the hunger come from now? How do you motivate a man who has already reached the absolute pinnacle of the mountain to embrace the grueling, painful, deeply uncomfortable reality of an MMA fight camp? To combat this creeping, insidious complacency, Eric Nixick has deliberately cultivated an atmosphere of intense, uncomfortable accountability inside the walls of Extreme Couture. There is no VIP treatment for the lineal heavyweight champion. When Ngannou walks through those gym doors, the luxury cars and the designer clothes are left in the parking lot. He is treated like any other hungry, desperate contender scraping for a paycheck. The sparring sessions are authentic, unsimulated battles. If Ngannou drops his hands, shows fatigue, or takes a round off, his training partners are explicitly instructed to capitalize and punish the mistake. He is constantly reminded of his roots, grounded by the gritty, unglamorous nature of the Las Vegas wrestling mats. The coaching staff is intentionally pushing his buttons, challenging his ego, and demanding technical perfection. They are deliberately stoking the dying embers of the old Francis, the destitute, hungry fighter who fought as if his literal survival depended on the outcome of the next exchange. They are forcing him to remember the feeling of having nothing to ensure he fights fiercely enough to protect everything he has built.
Today's the first real day of camp. First sparring session, get a good 4-round sweat in and work after that. The main thing is just, getting tired and working through that and not getting hit too cleanly. Rule of thumb, it takes 3 to 4 sparring sessions before you really start feeling it. So we just don't want him to get hit too much and keep a level of defensive integrity and everything will be good. Hey.
We want to see how Francis was going to react to being hit. We want to see Francis sparring guys a little taller and bigger than he is. Rarely has he fought anyone bigger than him. He's normally the big guy with the reach and the strength and all of that. So we don't want to waste any time. We got into it and we're seeing the progressions since.
This deep psychological grounding is paired with a profound, calculated evolution in his striking arsenal. While his legendary, earth-shattering punching power remains his ultimate equalizer, relying solely on his hands is a massive tactical liability against a seasoned, durable veteran like Linz. Dewey Cooper is diligently expanding Ngannou's offensive toolkit, focusing heavily on integrating devastating, fight-ending leg kicks and slicing elbows in tight spaces. Ngannou is systematically learning to disguise his power. Instead of blatantly headhunting and loading up the right hand, he is targeting the lead leg, aiming to systematically dismantle Lin's mobility from the ground up. By brutally chopping down the foundation, he prevents Linz from effectively changing levels, generating power, and shooting for desperate takedowns. The padwork sequences have become intricate, multi-layered traps. Ngannou is drilling combinations that start with a deceptive, probing jab to blind the opponent, force them to raise a high guard, and finish with a concussive roundhouse kick to the exposed ribs or the trailing leg. He is learning to utilize his monumental size and physical presence not just for explosive, chaotic bursts, but to surgically dictate the geography of the cage. Every step, every feint, and every subtle angle change is calculated to herd Linz toward the fence, cutting off his lateral escape routes and trapping him directly in the crosshairs of the heaviest hands in combat sports history.
He comes comes from a tough, humble beginnings, and that always builds character in a fighter and makes him a real warrior. We couldn't take it like a regular 8-week camp and start training. And since Francis just came off a knee surgery and hadn't fought for, almost a year or something like that, we needed to get to work right away.
Hey, first day of pre-camp, not bad.
Francis is also a rare type of athlete because of that good old-fashioned power. But it's not just power, guys. Timing and power can overcome all those other attributes.
Just for a couple rounds, just give me a little break.
Jabs working.
This poor man's getting fucking beat up every day. I'll just run through the jab series.
He's trying to hit me hard. My body feel okay though, okay.
What we're doing right now is just technical stuff. We're looking for better balance, better technical application is what we're doing. The pre-camp before the real camp starts, we want to get those techniques lined up. So we're doing a lot of application work. We're not bringing spar partners in, nothing like that. We're working hip, everything, recalling, great balance, positioning, that sort of thing. Well, I feel that we're starting to see, an uplift or an incline in the technique. If you compare last Monday, which was our first day, from this Monday, the techniques are definitely sharper, and he's hitting way harder already.
Boom. Make sure he does what he does. Does that, yeah. Yes, you ain't do that on the back. I didn't think you know how to do that shit. Come on. Come on. Ah. Woo, you're doing a good job, brother. Doing a good job. No, let's just try and do the jab liver over first. Oh, make sure that foot is turned. Put that toe in that ground. Put that cigarette butt out. Oh, see the difference? Oh, put it out. Put it out. Dig it in the ground. Bend your legs, man. Come on. Woo. Come on, keep coming through. Move after you punch. Move, pop around, man. Move. Hey, yeah! Come on, do it again. Oh, put your whole body, it's everything. Dead. Put it in them. Oh. Don't pull your hand back too much, just dig it. Yeah, ooh. They can't escape that. Ah! Ooh, I like that. I like that. Come on, walk around. Gotta walk, brother. Gotta get some walking in, man. This is what fighting's about. Endurance.
Furthermore, the strength and conditioning program has been entirely rewritten to prioritize endurance over explosive mass. In the past, Ngannou stepped into the cage carrying an immense amount of muscle, which acted as a massive drain on his oxygen reserves. For the Philippe Lins bout, his team has focused on leaning out his frame, prioritizing cardiovascular density over sheer lifting power. He is running high elevation trails in the Nevada desert, pushing his lactic acid threshold to new, agonizing limits. The focus is on ensuring that if the fight enters the championship rounds, the deep, dark waters where Lins thrives, Ngannou will not suffer the catastrophic adrenaline dumps that plagued the early stages of his career. He is building the engine of a middleweight inside the chassis of a super heavyweight. As the final, grueling days of this pivotal training camp wind down, the shift in Ngannou's demeanor is undeniable and palpable. The relaxed, smiling celebrity who attended red carpets in tailored suits has completely vanished into the ether, and the man currently pacing the mats in Las Vegas is a focused, silent, and incredibly imposing force of nature. He has successfully navigated the treacherous, complex transition back to the sport that forged his legacy. He has fortified his wrestling defense, streamlined his cardiovascular endurance, stripped away the dangerous boxing habits, and most importantly, he has rekindled the primal, competitive fire that makes him the most dangerous man breathing on this planet. Philippe Lins is stepping into the cage with the quiet belief that he is facing a distracted, wealthy superstar who has one foot out the door and his mind on his bank account. He is hoping to drag a heavily fatigued, out-of-practice boxer into a grueling grappling match. But what Lins is actually going to encounter inside the PFL Smart Cage is a meticulously prepared, highly evolved martial artist who has spent the last 10 weeks preparing for a grim, unrelenting trench war. Francis Ngannou is not returning to mixed martial arts to take a polite victory lap. He is returning to fiercely, definitively remind the entire combat sports world exactly who holds the crown. The gloves are small again, the grappling threat has been neutralized, the distractions have been silenced, and the apex predator is finally off the leash.
Of course, I mean, as I said, it's a legacy right there. We keep reading it, keep writing it. The first MMA event on Netflix, that might be the continuation and then give more opportunity to other fighters out there. So it's going to be great.
The return of Nathan Diaz.
He is the man who shocked the globe by choking out Conor McGregor on 11 days' notice, the man who headlined Madison Square Garden for the inaugural BMF title, and the man who unapologetically walked away from the largest promotional monopoly on the planet entirely on his own terms. Over the last 2 years, Diaz traded the octagon for the squared circle, securing massive, highly lucrative crossover spectacles against the likes of Jorge Masvidal and Jake Paul. Because of this detour into traditional boxing, many pundits and armchair analysts firmly believed his days competing in 4-ounce gloves were permanently behind him. They assumed the grueling, punishing nature of mixed martial arts, the wrestling scrambles, the devastating calf kicks, the slicing elbows, was a closed chapter for the legendary icon. They assumed he would ride out into the sunset, collecting massive checks for throwing hands in oversized gloves. They were completely, unequivocally wrong. On Saturday, May 16, 2026, the landscape of global sports entertainment will experience a monumental earthquake. Broadcasting live from the state-of-the-art Intuit Dome in Los Angeles, streaming directly to over 325 million Netflix subscribers, Nate Diaz is returning to the cage. Promoted by Most Valuable Promotions, this unprecedented event features a blockbuster card that defies all conventional matchmaking logic. But while the casual masses tune in for the historic return of female pioneers, the hardcore combat purists are fiercely fixated on a completely different war. This is a 5-round welterweight collision against a man who embodies pure, unadulterated chaos, Platinum Mike Perry. Perry has spent the last few years becoming the undisputed face of bare-knuckle boxing, a sport that strips away all pretense and leaves only raw, brutal survival. Welcome inside the heavily guarded, fiercely loyal, and relentlessly demanding training camp of Nate Diaz as he prepares to drag the reigning king of violence into the deepest, darkest waters imaginable.
Far above and beyond your average person who does martial arts.
Of how that feels, and now you can translate that into almost every other position. But the most important word
To truly grasp the tactical brilliance underlying this specific training camp, you must first understand the devastating nature of the Diaz cardiovascular engine. While most fighters rely on explosive, fast-twitch muscle fibers that inevitably drain their oxygen reserves, Nate Diaz is fundamentally built entirely different. He is an elite endurance athlete, a dedicated triathlete who views a fight not as a sprint, but as a grueling marathon of suffering. When the contract was finalized for this massive Netflix event, an incredibly crucial detail was embedded within the fine print, a detail that Perry's team initially overlooked. This is a 5-round, 25-minute professional bout. That specific duration changes the entire complexion of the matchup. Inside his Northern California training facility, the daily preparation is incredibly demanding. The regimen does not revolve around heavy weightlifting or attempting to build unnecessary, oxygen-draining muscle mass. Instead, it is focused entirely on cardiovascular supremacy. Diaz is logging countless miles of running under the blistering California sun, biking across grueling mountain elevations, and swimming endless laps before he ever steps foot on the sparring mats. The strategy is incredibly deliberate. Mike Perry is a terrifying, heavy-handed brawler who historically relies on swarming his opponents early, inflicting massive damage in the first 10 minutes. However, a 25-minute timeline against Nate Diaz is a profoundly terrifying proposition. Diaz weaponizes exhaustion. His coaches are preparing him to weather the initial storm, absorb the early barrage, and systematically drown Perry with relentless, suffocating volume in the championship frames when the oxygen completely leaves the arena. The entire camp is structured around the philosophy that Perry's explosive power has a strict expiration date, and Diaz intends to be standing right there when the clock runs out. However, an infinite gas tank is entirely meaningless if the defensive mechanics are flawed. For the past 2 years, Diaz has been strictly focused on the sweet science of traditional boxing. He has worn massive padded gloves, stood relatively tall in his stance, and completely ignored the threat of lower body attacks. Returning to the realm of mixed martial arts requires a massive structural overhaul of his kinetic chain. Mike Perry is not just going to throw punches at his head, he is going to attempt to chop down the heavy lead leg, force his way into the dirty clinch, and unleash short, devastating elbows. To counter this multifaceted threat, Diaz has returned to his foundational roots under the legendary Cesar Gracie. The grappling mats have become the primary battleground of this camp. The 4-ounce gloves are back on, completely altering the defensive guard. You can no longer hide behind thick leather. You must rely on head movement, parrying, and distance control. Diaz is meticulously sharpening the tools that traditional boxing prohibited. He is endlessly drilling the mechanics of checking heavy leg kicks, sprawling to defend desperate takedowns, and wrapping his long, deceptive limbs around his sparring partners. The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt is actively setting traps. If Mike Perry attempts to recklessly close the distance and turn the fight into a chaotic brawl against the chain link fence, Diaz is fully prepared to intercept him with slicing knees or seamlessly jump into a fight-ending guillotine choke. The ground game is the ultimate equalizer, transforming Perry's forward marching aggression into a glaring, fatal vulnerability. Perry has shown incredible resilience on his feet, but his submission defense has historically been the weakest link in his armor. Diaz intends to exploit that gap the moment the fight hits the canvas.
Come on, do it. Fight it on the head. Dead hook. Dead hook. Both hands, come on. That. There you go. Jabbed over right. Woo.
Yes, sir. Go get him, Chad.
Just do that and we can hurry.
24 hours. Monday to Friday.
Despite the renewed focus on grappling, the striking exchanges remain the most highly anticipated aspect of this Los Angeles showdown. Inside the peeling, historic walls of the Stockton facility, the striking routine remains fiercely unchanged. There are no high-tech sports science monitors, no modern cryotherapy chambers, and no Hollywood entourages holding cameras to film social media content. There is only Richard Perez, the legendary boxing coach, who has guided the Diaz brothers since their inception in the sport. Perez is demanding crisp, elongated combinations, focusing entirely on utilizing Nate's massive reach advantage. The famous Stockton slap is not merely a disrespectful, crowd-pleasing taunt. It is a calculated, strategic framing tool designed to blind the opponent, disrupt their visual rhythm, and instantly measure distance before a crushing straight left hand follows directly behind it. Perez is forcing Diaz to fire the 1-2 combination with rhythmic, metronomic precision. They are actively preparing for Mike Perry's specific, unorthodox rhythm. Perry recently spent years terrorizing the bare-knuckle fighting championship, completely discarding traditional gloves and relying on sheer savagery to destroy legends of the sport. Perry thrives in the muddy, chaotic exchanges inside the pocket. He wants to fight in a phone booth, trading heavy hooks where technique is abandoned in favor of sheer grit. The entire Stockton striking strategy hinges on denying him that chaos. Diaz is drilling how to keep Perry at the end of the jab, frustrating him, piercing his guard, and forcing him to recklessly lunge forward into devastating counterstrikes. Every time Perry rushes in, he must be met with a stiff right jab and a step backward, drawing him deeper into the crosshairs.
How close are you guys to each other right now? Like, could you reach out and swing at each other right now, Connor?
No, he's hiding somewhere. I don't know where this motherfucker's at. Eat your vegetables.
Just train hard. He says, go beat that ass, don't be a bitch, you know?
There you go. Goodness. Nice job. Back to you, Ken.
He mentioned that he needed
to motherfucking vegetables.
My mom and my cousin say, what's up? My pop. Peace up. The Rock too, man. That motherfucker over here playing me. See him over here smiling with Masvidal. Should have had Mike Tyson handing out a belt if anybody. I didn't give a about no belt anyway, but he could get it too.
The Ultimate Fighter house sucked, man. I don't recommend it, to be honest with you.
Let's go. On the house.
It's Nate Diaz Army, motherfuckers.
Nate, as far as the fight itself with Leon, I mean, stylistically, is it one that excites you? Is it one that gets you pumped up for the challenge, or is this just a business assignment? I know you wanted the best.
To fully comprehend the dynamic of this fight, we must also examine the man standing across the cage. Mike Perry is not a traditional martial artist. He is a force of nature. His recent run outside of traditional MMA has turned him into a cult icon. By removing the gloves entirely, Perry found his true calling. His skull seems impervious to damage, and his willingness to walk through fire breaks the will of his opponents. Diaz's camp is not underestimating this threat. They understand that Perry will not be intimidated by the Stockton aura. Perry is one of the few men on the planet crazy enough to stand in the center of the cage and point down at the canvas, inviting Diaz to a shootout. This forces the Diaz camp to prepare for an opponent who cannot be broken psychologically. Perry will smile when he gets cut. He will laugh when he gets hit. The strategy cannot be built around breaking his spirit. It must be built around breaking his body. Diaz's sparring partners have been explicitly instructed to march forward endlessly, refusing to take a backward step. simulating the relentless pressure Perry will bring. They are wearing Diaz down, forcing him to fight off his back foot, an area where he has historically struggled against pressure fighters. The drills are designed to create muscle memory. When pressured, pivot, circle out, and fire the straight left. Never retreat in a straight line.
Let's go. Check it out. Good to see you, man. Good to see you too. Hey, good. Good, how are you? Is that bandana? Oh, that's fucking sick.
Yesterday.
Oh, you just got in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
anytime. Hey, second.
That's fucking dope. I want this.
I
was a fiend before I became a teen. I'm looking
Bro. That wasn't me. It was him. No, that wasn't me. Punch Shane, bro. Can you punch Shane? No, that was me. Give it. No, he wants to get hit with one.
Here at Dog Sport. Checking out the spot. It's all black. Had black whips. All black every day. Here at Dog Sport. Shout out to Dog Sport.
Beyond the structural mechanics and the cardiovascular endurance, the most significant element of this fight camp is the completely unshakable, fiercely loyal culture of the inner circle. The Diaz army operates more like a military garrison than a traditional sports gym. The presence of his older brother, Nate Diaz, provides an invaluable layer of psychological fortification. Nick is on the mats, pushing the pace, instilling the relentless, aggressive mindset that has defined their family name for 2 decades. The sparring sessions here are authentic, unsimulated battles. No cameras are allowed when the heavy rounds begin. There is no coddling in this environment. If Nate drops his hands or shows a momentary lapse in concentration, he is swiftly and ruthlessly punished by the elite professionals sharing the cage with him. This gritty, unglamorous isolation ensures that he remains entirely grounded. While the outside world marvels at the glitz and glamour of a monumental Netflix broadcast and a state-of-the-art arena, the man inside the gym remains entirely focused on the grim, gritty reality of the fight itself. The fame, the millions of dollars, and the celebrity status evaporate the moment the gym doors lock. It is just a man, his brother, his coach, and the heavy bags.
We gonna beat your asses, that's what's up. I would've had a lot more knockouts on my record, but as soon as they stick and landed on, they start shooting, all of a sudden they're wrestlers, so. I'm an athlete, a warrior. We should always be ready to fight everybody on our worst days. And I want to give a shout out to my brother Nate Diaz, the man, the main man. They're the new king of this motherfucker now, and it's right here, all right?
Who gives a f***?
Say it.
Is this the money channel? Who the f*** is it?
The reason I was off is because everybody sucked. There was nobody to fight.
Be here tonight as he takes out what? Short, stinging punches from Nate Diaz.
How do you feel about it? Yeah, Conor McGregor, you're taking everything I work for. I'm gonna fight your ass. You know what's the real fight?
This event signifies far more than a simple athletic contest between 2 fan-favorite veterans. It is a massive, heavily funded corporate rebellion that strikes directly at the heart of the combat sports establishment. For his entire storied career, Nate Diaz openly rebelled against restrictive contracts, monopolistic control, and the highly curated narratives of traditional MMA promoters. He demanded his true worth, fought the corporate executives in the media, and successfully fought out his contract, exiting the promotion with a spectacular submission victory at UFC 279. Now, he stands as the premier, undeniable attraction for most valuable promotions, aligning with Nakisa Badarian and Jake Paul to deliver a direct, devastating strike against the outdated pay-per-view model. Broadcasting live on Netflix at no additional cost to a subscriber base of over 300 million people is a complete paradigm shift. Diaz is fighting for the ultimate ultimate validation of his independence. He is proving to the entire fighting world that true, transcendent superstars do not need 3 specific letters printed on their gloves to command the attention of the entire globe. He is the vanguard of a new era, proving that a fighter can govern their own destiny, secure massive generational wealth, and dictate the terms of their own legacy. As the final, grueling days of this California training camp slowly evaporate, the atmosphere surrounding the Diaz army is incredibly intense, yet entirely focused. The endless cardiovascular miles have been logged in the blistering heat. The grappling exchanges have been sharpened to a razor's edge. The boxing combinations are flowing with lethal, rhythmic precision. Mike Perry is aggressively utilizing the media, promising to march forward, promising to unleash unadulterated violence, and promising to leave Los Angeles with a brutal, highlight reel knockout. But Mike Perry has never shared a locked cage with a fighter who genuinely, truly enjoys the suffering. He has never fought a man who will gladly smile with blood pouring down his face, point aggressively at the canvas, and invite his opponent to step deeper into the fire. On May 16th, the massive Intuit Dome will completely erupt. The King of Violence firmly believes he is stepping into a wild, chaotic brawl. But Nate Diaz has meticulously prepared an incredibly deep, inescapable ocean. He has systematically laid the trap, and he is fully prepared to hold his opponent under the surface until the very end. The small gloves are back, the Stockton King has returned, and he is bringing a level of deep, drowning pressure that simply cannot be stopped. There is a jarring, almost primitive frequency that resonates whenever Mike "Platinum" Perry enters a combat environment. It is a vibration born not from the quiet humility of a traditional martial arts dojo, but from an unyielding, almost pathological obsession with the raw mechanics of a street fight. For the last 3 years, the sports world has watched in a state of morbid fascination as Perry transformed himself from a struggling, mid-tier MMA veteran into the undisputed bare-knuckle deity of the modern age. He didn't just win matches, he dismantled the very legacies of the men standing across from him. He left a trail of broken orbital bones, shattered teeth, and permanent psychological scars across the canvas. He became the King of Violence, a man who thrived in a realm where the only protection provided was the thickness of your own jawbone. But as the calendar turns to May 16th, the rules of engagement undergo a sudden, perilous shift. For the first time in over half a decade, Mike Perry is sliding the 4-ounce gloves back on. He is stepping out of the raw, skin-on-bone reality of bare knuckle and walking directly into a 5-round, 25-minute war against the most durable human being to ever grace a combat arena, Nate Diaz. The mainstream media is currently hyper-fixated on the Stockton legend's return, assuming that Diaz's veteran experience and world-class cardiovascular endurance will be enough to drown the Florida man in the deep end of the pool. They are making a monumental mistake. They are failing to witness the surgical, highly sophisticated evolution taking place behind the closed doors of Perry's isolated training camp in the Florida heat. Welcome inside the chaotic, grueling, and intensely focused preparation of Mike Perry as he prepares to prove that his savagery isn't just a gimmick. It is an inescapable, unavoidable destiny.
Nate, how do you feel about Mike Perry as an opponent?
What did he do to you?
Nate, how do you feel about Mike Perry as an opponent?
Yeah, I got a big task on my hands. He's been doing great outside, and he's doing the biggest and the best things out here. He's whooped the most asses, and I got a worthy opponent and a big task at hand. I'm get ready for war.
When I saw you 3 hours ago, you were not wearing that T-shirt. Nick and Nate, right?
Yeah, man, it's them. You know, a lot of young guys grew up watching UFC, seeing this guy, Ultimate Fighter, and now the chance to fight him after everything I've proven, the King of Violence, the bare knuckle fighting, the true pain games. Like, I'm here for the blood sport, and Nate gonna be fucking bleeding all over the place. Hopefully more him than me.
How do you feel about that shirt, Nate?
It's a nice shirt.
Where do you feel in what areas that you're better than Mr. Platinum Mike Perry?
I think I'm better than everybody everywhere. Except for I can wrestle a little more, but that's cool.
Do you believe that you possess the power to stop the unstoppable?
Yeah, I believe I'm going to hit Nate like he's never been hit before. I understand he's very experienced, but I believe the way the momentum is rolling,
To truly grasp the magnitude of this specific camp, you have to understand the mechanical challenge of what his coaches call the reverse transition. Most fighters spend their entire careers trying to move away from the trauma of bare-knuckle combat. Perry is doing the exact opposite. For the last 36 months, his entire striking system has been optimized for the total absence of padding. In bare-knuckle, you don't throw high-volume combinations because the risk of breaking your hand on a forehead is too high. Instead, you throw singular, bone-breaking missiles. You don't use a traditional high guard because there is no leather to hide behind. Returning to the world of mixed martial arts requires a total systemic recalibration of his defensive shell. Inside his private Florida facility, the humidity is thick enough to taste, and the preparation is unrelenting. Perry isn't just hitting bags. He is undergoing a fundamental reprogramming of his striking geometry. His coaches are forcing him to re-adopt the 4-ounce guard, teaching him how to utilize the smaller gloves to parry, block, and counter the long-reaching Stockton-style strikes. The primary focus of the first 6 weeks has been volume and velocity. His team knows they cannot match Nate Diaz in a slow-paced jogging match. Instead, Perry is drilling high-intensity, explosive bursts. He is learning to bridge the gap with blinding speed, utilizing a new, more refined footwork system to bypass the Diaz jab and land his concussive power in the pocket. The sound echoing through the gym isn't just the thud of power. It's the rapid-fire rhythm of a man who has discovered that with gloves on, he can throw twice as many punches without the fear of ending his career with a shattered knuckle. Every session is a hunt. He is drilling the over-the-top right hand specifically designed to catch Diaz as he attempts to pivot away. It is a hunt for the chin of a man who hasn't been truly knocked out in over a decade.
This is who it is. This is what it is. I say yes every single time.
Facts.
They call me and give me the business opportunity. I don't say no to those.
Yeah. I'm the #1 bare knuckle fighter. Regardless, there's a couple guys right there with me. Palomino, he's got like 8 of them belts. And the Juggernaut. That's a great fight. And they're bigger. They're big guys. Big, tough guys. So come at me with the money and we'll talk offers. We'll talk, you know.
He don't call me with bullshit either.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't talk to broke boys. I can't talk to broke boys.
Hey.
I can't talk to them.
Hey.
You know, so, because we out here on a win streak, and somebody good want to take it from me, and they ain't going to get it. I'm going to bust their ass.
There's levels to it.
Yeah, there's levels, man. That's why my paycheck looks great.
Mm-hmm.
We used to drive to Port St. Lucie or wherever we had to go for his fights, his amateur fights. And, you know, we would be freaking out in the thing.
They supported me a lot just by being there.
We were all about all the way up.
Yeah, they were
Then pro, and I went to his debut in the UFC 202 in Vegas.
However, pure power and refined striking are secondary to the tactical puzzle of the 25-minute drowning effect. Nate Diaz is a world-class triathlete who weaponizes exhaustion, forcing his opponents to fight at a pace their hearts simply cannot sustain. Perry has spent the last few years competing in 2-minute bare-knuckle rounds, where explosive energy is the only currency that matters. To bridge this massive cardiovascular gap, Perry's camp has been transformed into a high-altitude, low-oxygen nightmare right in the middle of sea-level Florida. He is subjected to grueling 3-hour sessions that simulate the exact physiological distress of the 4th and 5th rounds. His strength and conditioning team has completely abandoned the traditional meathead lifting protocols of his past. Instead, they are focused on aerobic threshold optimization. Perry is logging endless, soul-crushing miles on the air bike, performing weighted carries until his lungs scream for mercy, and immediately transitioning into live sparring with fresh partners who enter the cage every 2 minutes. The goal is simple: make him comfortable in the chaos of total fatigue. They are preparing him for the moment in round 3 when the adrenaline wears off and Nate Diaz starts pointing at him, laughing, and picking up the volume. Perry isn't just training to win a fight, he is training to survive the most exhausting environment of his life. He is utilizing hyperbaric chambers and specialized blood flow restriction training to ensure that his muscles don't fill with lactic acid when the pace turns frantic. He is ensuring that his power remains lethal even when his gas tank is completely empty.
Knuckle 175 from both Mike Perry and Julian Lane.
Oh,
huge right hand.
counter.
And you can see right now like almost a taekwondo style attack right hand.
This is going to be one fight occasion.
Mike, what are you looking for? And this is your weight class in the 5 from both Mike Perry and Julian Lane.
Oh,
huge right hand.
counter.
Julian Lane taking the mandatory 8 count from Christopher Young.
And he's gonna go for blood right now.
Big jab from Lane. Overhand right in lock position. Big rights to the body.
Fight is the aggressive fighter in Julian and the counter puncher in Perry. And which one?
Straight break from Christopher Young. Swing miss coming forward. There's the jab from Lane, right hand. Operation. There's a good entry jab.
I think what's been one of Perry, 100%.
Overhand right.
That's one of my biggest things past, that he has a questionable chin, but he is.
Perry on the right hand, hands go. Wide hooks up. Overhand, just kind of hands down, just not seem like he's the overhand right from Perry.
Mike Perry understands that the moment he starts winning the exchanges on the feet, Nate Diaz will attempt to change the geography of the fight. Diaz is a high-level Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt who specializes in using a fighter's own aggression against them. If Perry lunges in carelessly, he will find himself caught in a triangle choke or a guillotine before he can even realize his feet have left the ground. To neutralize this, Perry has imported a legion of elite, suffocating grapplers into his camp. These aren't just training partners. They are human obstacles. Their only job is to take Perry down, hold him against the fence, and hunt for his neck with relentless persistence. Perry is drilling anti-clinch architecture. He is learning how to utilize his superior raw strength to frame off the jaw, create space, and reset the fight to the center of the cage. He is spending hours on the mats practicing sub-zero defensive grappling, a system designed not to win a wrestling match, but to make it so frustratingly difficult for Diaz to secure a grip that the Stockton legend is forced back into a stand-up war. Perry's hips have become heavy, his underhooks are surgical, and his ability to stand back up under pressure has reached a level of proficiency we haven't seen since his earliest days in the octagon. He is not looking to submit Nate Diaz. He is looking to make the floor of the cage a place where Diaz cannot stay.
Relationship with Conor McGregor in this juncture of time.
He's just been, I mean, he made a lot of noise in the game, right? What's he been doing since? Only making noise, just fucking running his mouth. He ain't fighting nobody. And, you know, shout out Chael Sonnen. Plans to stop the Mayweather, not damn Mayweather, damn McGregor Holloway 2 fight. I'm gonna beat this guy on Saturday, and then McGregor should have to face me after all the bullshit he's been talking. I want to fight McGregor and knock him out, and then Jake Paul.
And then Jake Paul, get that revenge. He said he would do a mixed martial arts fight.
He did.
And here we are.
And here we are. So let's go. Me knocking out Conor McGregor and then going to fight Jake Paul in his first MMA fight. I'm going to ragdoll him and throw him on the ground like I did in our boxing match, and then I'll be allowed to do other things to him. And it's all due to the hard work I've been putting in and the performance I'm going to have on Saturday.
Well, speaking of performances, you brought up Sean Strickland, Khamzat Chimaev. That went down in Newark last night.
The psychological warfare of this camp is perhaps the most unhinged aspect of the entire preparation. Mike Perry does not possess a traditional mental coach. He doesn't sit in quiet meditation or practice visualization in a dark room. His mindset is forged in a self-constructed furnace of intense, almost delusional confidence. He views himself not as an underdog, but as a superior biological entity. While the rest of the world sees Nate Diaz as a folk hero, Perry sees him as a skinny, fat relic of a bygone era who has stayed at the party far too long. There is an almost spiritual intensity to his training sessions. Perry often spars without a round clock, fighting until someone, either him or his partner, simply cannot continue. He is cultivating a mindset of permanent war. He knows that Diaz will try to talk to him, slap him, and humiliate him under the blinding Netflix lights. Perry is preparing a response that is entirely devoid of emotion. He isn't training to get angry. He is training to be a clinical, unfeeling executioner. He has created an environment where the only thing that matters is the final objective. He has watched the tape of Diaz's losses to Josh Thompson and Jorge Masvidal until the images are burned into his retinas. He isn't looking for technical flaws. He is looking for the moment their spirits broke. He is entering the Intuit Dome with a singular, dark purpose: to take the Stockton legend and turn him into a cautionary tale for the new generation of violence. Beyond the gym walls, this fight represents the ultimate culmination of the MVP and Netflix corporate disruption. Mike Perry understands the stakes better than anyone. He knows that he is the vanguard for a new era of combat sports, where the traditional promoters no longer hold the keys to the kingdom. He is fighting for a global audience of over 300 million subscribers, a reach that even the biggest UFC stars can only imagine in their wildest dreams. This camp is fueled by the realization that a win over Nate Diaz doesn't just make him a star, it makes him a multi-generational mogul. The financial incentive has sharpened his discipline to a razor's edge. Gone are the days of the chaotic Florida man antics that used to distract him. This is the most professional, well-funded version of Mike Perry we have ever seen. He is treating his body like a billion-dollar asset because he knows that if he executes the plan, the world of combat sports will officially belong to the king of violence. He is fighting to prove that the misfit fighters of the world have officially taken over the castle, and he is the one holding the torch.
You know, you just put it on him.
I think I can do it in any gloves, though. Any sport. I could fight in the UFC. I did boxing. I had one pro boxing match. I'm still 0-1 as a professional boxer. But then I did that Triller thing in the triangle, and, you know, I won. I mean, I just put the pressure on him the whole time.
What are turtleback MMA gloves?
Turtleback are like the training MMA gloves.
Oh, okay.
But it was like while Metallica was playing.
Oh, so they're like kind of big MMA gloves.
He was 27-3 as a professional boxer. He drops me once. They counted it once. He dropped me. Another time I got hit in the back of the head and the ref saw it and I went down a little bit, but I got right back up.
So what is the biggest difference about bare knuckle for you?
When I fought Julian Lane, his little fucking head hurt my hands. Because a lot of the time with boxing gloves on, your hands are like open and you try to close it at the right time. But if you do that bare knuckle, because you know how if you're squeezing your fist, it's a little harder to move. You're kind of tense. But in bare knuckle, you have to learn how to move while you're tense and keep your hands closed. Because with gloves, you gotta be closed up, tight, and squeezing your fist so hard so that when you hit them in the head, you don't destroy your hand.
Yeah, there's 3 levels of vulnerability. And the level number 1 is like, you would see a lot of the glory guys. They keep their hands in a shell, like Alistair Overeem or, like Badr Hari. Those guys would shell up. They shell up, but they have those big ass gloves. And you see that when they...
As the final grueling days of this camp evaporate, the tension inside Perry's facility is thick enough to choke on. The sparring rounds have ended. The cardiovascular miles are in the books. The weight is perfectly on target. The man pacing the floor in Florida is no longer the loud, boisterous brawler we saw on social media. He is a silent, focused, and profoundly dangerous predator. He has successfully navigated the transition back to the gloves, fortified his grappling defense, and built a heart that can sustain 25 minutes of pure, unadulterated suffering. Nate Diaz is stepping into the cage expecting a bare-knuckle fighter who will tire out and fold under the pressure of the Stockton volume. He is expecting a man who will be overwhelmed by the magnitude of the Netflix stage. But what Diaz is actually going to collide with is a meticulously prepared, highly evolved monster who has spent the last 10 weeks preparing for a grim, unrelenting trench war. Mike Perry isn't coming to Los Angeles to put on a show. He is coming to permanently claim the throne. The king of violence is off the leash, the gloves are on, and on May 16th, the world will finally see what happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. It is the ghost that has haunted the hit would never happen. For years, the concept of Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano was nothing more than a fantasy, a what-if scenario.